because I like to get stuck into the members stuff. We do have a very vibrant members community, and I don't like to shortchange the members. So want to try and get through as many comments as I can, try and get through as many thoughts as I can, and sometimes that does just overrun. But that was that. That's why we were delayed. But instead, you are more interested in why we are here right now. And why we are here right now is for this. It is for coverage of Monday Night Raw. This obviously is the go-home show for Backlash. So coming into this show, I'm probably not kind of, losing my mind over, this is going to be mind-blowing. I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fun. But it is a go-home show, right? So the things that we've got are a contract signing between Roman and Jacob for Backlash. That could be good. I suppose what I'm looking out for in that segment is, for me personally, I'm looking for any clues as to where we're going to go on Saturday. I was literally just saying to the members, it's hard to predict Backlash. I feel good that Roman wins, right? But it's hard to predict Backlash because there are so many different ways this can play. I mean, look, Jacob could win because we know that Roman's not around in June. I don't think Roman not being around in June is enough of a reason for us to put the belt on Jacob. I mean, Roman was absent quite a bit during his Bloodline title run. It was not a problem, right? So it's hard to picture them taking the belt off Roman just because he's not around for a month. I just don't see that as a barrier or a problem. So I still think Roman retains, but they could go Jacob. I don't think they will, but they could. We've obviously got Roman winning clean and then just, leaving the ring and walking away. That's Jacob beaten and on we go to someone else, right? We could do that. We could have Roman win and then demand that Jacob join him and join the bloodline. We could absolutely do that. We could have Roman win, but the Usos could turn on Roman and align with Jacob. Or it could be some sort of double count out, no contest. The ref throws it out because it's just chaos. And we could have the MFTs coming down, getting involved. I mean, all of these are viable options. I can't really tell you that, we're definitely not going to do that, or we're definitely not going to do that. So I suppose what we're looking for here, or what I'm looking for, give me an idea as to where we're going at Backlash. What are we teasing? What are we teasing? What are we looking for, right? What is it that we're going to get at Backlash? So that's what I'm looking for in this contract signing. I'd imagine that'll be probably our main event. We got the Femi Open Challenge. We were literally just looking at who is on the roster, the Raw roster. There's a lot of just low-level tag teams. It's a lot of Julius Creed, Brutus Creed, Ryo, Bravo, Tozawa, Otis, Whackin' Wilds, Del Toro. It's a lot of those kinds of names. Obviously, there's a Sheamus that could come out. I don't know if we're going to use SmackDown stars. Rusev, I believe, is involved in something else at the moment. Yes, he is. So I don't think it's going to be Penta, Javon, Ethan, or Rusev because they're already in a match. So I can't see it being them and then they come back out again. So I don't know. It's kind of leaving that sort of... They could bring out Pete Dunne, I mean, they could bring out Kaiser. They could bring out Chad Gable. Obviously, they all operate as other characters. But you could bring out Tyler Bate. We haven't seen Tyler Bate in a while. You could bring out Pete Dunne. We haven't seen Pete Dunne in a while. You could bring out Ludwig Kaiser. We haven't seen him in a while, right? Obviously, we know they're all Americanos, but you could do that, right? So it'll be interesting to see who answers the Open Challenge. Sheamus has got a chance, but I don't know. There's no word that he's ready to return or that he's back on the show tonight. Not that I've seen yet. There might have been some over the past couple of hours, but I haven't seen anything yet. So I actually don't know who that's going to be. We're not drowning in amazing options. Then we got Penta Javon against Ethan and Rusev. That's a tag match. We got Sol Ruka. She's going to sign her Raw contract. Probably just be a bit of maybe a backstage thing. I'm not sure. Io and Asuka sit down ahead of their Backlash showdown. It'd be very interesting to see what Kairi mentions there are, if any at all. There is someone in WWE, I don't know how many people, but WWE source or sources thinking there's a better than 50% chance that Kairi could be at Backlash. What I would say is we don't know who those sources are, and better than 50% might be 55% or 60%. This is news that you very much take with a pinch of salt, right? This isn't news to get carried away with. It's news to be aware of. Like, I'm aware of it. Let's see what happens. That's, for me, I'm still not expecting her, right? I'm still not expecting her. And part of that same story is someone saying they might bring her back just so she can finish this story. I mean, that makes no sense to me. Because if you're WWE, you've just sort of removed Kairi, caused a lot of heartache and pain. Are you really going to bring her back just so that she can make an appearance at Backlash and wave to the fans and go again? Like, you just... Like, it'll be lovely to see her, but that's all that's going to do is fire up the We Want Kairi campaign again. It's going to create all this noise again, right? Like, I can't believe it. Like, in fact, it would be even louder because it's sort of settled down a little bit now. If you bring her back, then you're reminding people of what they're losing, because she would come back and be all kind of lovely, and of course she would. I just cannot see how it makes any sense to bring her back to finish this story and then to go off again. So I said online, surely if she comes back permanently. Surely if you see her, she's back for goods, not just back to finish a story. I feel like you've already removed her from the company. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. So I don't know, that whole thing, I'm not expecting her. If we do get her, great. But if we do get her, I would expect the We Want Kairi thing to really go loud. And I don't know that WWE would want to open that door. I don't know that they'd want to cause all that trouble for themselves if they don't have any plans to bring her back permanently. So that's going to be interesting. See what references, if any, there are of Kairi. Then we've got Finn Balor battles JD, which we did before, and I'm not sure why we're quite doing it again, but we're doing it again. So yeah, this is Raw. It looks okay. It doesn't look mind-blowing. It looks okay. Certainly watchable. Certainly we'll get some up from it. But yeah, you know. It's not mind-blowing, let's put it that way, right? It's going to be a go-home for Backlash. Right, Cameron, hello, buds. Hope you're well. Are you sad for the Gingerbread Man funeral? Well, that's going down, isn't it, on Friday? We don't get that tonight. I mean, that's one of the craziest things I've seen in WWE or WWE like ever do, is the whole Gingerbread Man situation. I've tried to make some sense out of it. I can tell you Brian Alvarez loved it. He just had such a good time with it. He loved it. But there was some of you out there, a good chunk of you actually, that did not love it. What I got after asking you guys on Friday... what I got in response was a very, very mixed picture. So I said the Gingerbread Man segments, how did you feel, right? 29% of you loved them. 25% hated them. 16% were okay with, like, they were okay. I just don't, it was fine. And 30% just didn't know. 30%, nearly 1/3 of you out there were like, I just don't know how to feel. I haven't got a clue. So that all over the boards. Absolutely all over the boards. There was people loving it, hating it, confused by it, not knowing how to feel about it, fine with it. Just everywhere. People absolutely everywhere. So I think you're going to see all kinds of reaction to it, right? Brian Alvarez liked it. I was okay with it. I mean, I think I was all over the place with it as well, because there's definitely elements there that you can have fun with, right? Just how nonsense it is. You can have fun with it and make memes out of it and joke about it, right? So that side of it, you go, okay, I'm into that. But there's definitely stuff there that I'm like, this is just so stupid. I have no idea why Joe was selling it like a person had died. I have no idea why Wade was doing that as well. I don't know why Kathy Kelly was talking in hushed tones backstage. I don't know why Nick Aldis was joining in on the joke. I mean, to me, it makes sense that Trick is doing it to wind up Sammy. So Trick is making out that Sammy has hurt his friend, the Gingerbread Man. I can't believe you've done this to the Gingerbread Man. And Sammy has said that the costume winds him up. I mean, he was like, when I look at this costume, and he ended up like low blowing it and punching it and like kind of losing it. So it's clear that the costume irritates Sammy, and it's clear that Trick is using that to wind up Sammy. I can understand that. Like, that bit's fine. I get that bit. I don't get why it went to the doctors. I don't get why the doctor then walked out the room and shook his head as if the thing had just died. I don't know why Kathy Kelly's talking in hushed tones. I don't know why Joe's joining in, or Wade's joining in, or Nick is joining in. Like, I don't know. I cannot give you a kayfabe reason as to why we're doing it, apart from bants. Apart from it's silly, it's meant to be silly, and you're just meant to not overthink it. And I think when you've got stuff like that, you're going to divide opinion, and this has divided opinion. So some people are loving it, some people are struggling with it. You make your own mind up. I mean, I would say you do you. You do you. If you enjoy it, fantastic. Wrestling is meant to be enjoyed. It's meant to put smiles on faces. If you're struggling with it, you're not alone. There's people out there that are also struggling with it. There's some people I've seen that have said it was quite fun, but they just went too far, you know? And now we're doing a funeral and all this stuff. So, but to be honest, the wrestling world hasn't massively been talking about it today or yesterday. I feel like the wrestling world has been talking a lot more about cuts, pay cuts, contracts, more releases potentially coming. There's quite a bit in today's Unseen. And I'm sure there's lots out there that you've seen as well. There's just lots of kind of stuff out there. I think one of the most interesting comments is Brian Alvarez saying he had heard names that were meant to be getting cut, a lot that were mentioned along with the New Day that have not yet been announced. So he doesn't know what's happening, doesn't know if, you know, maybe they've signed those new deals, and maybe that's kept them in a job, but he's under the impression there's more on the way. But obviously, we don't have any idea of names or anything like that. So Cameron, shout out to you, but Jojo, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. Sending a heart back. That's what the kids do. Metal Mama said, 22 months later, I'm here for Daze, the community, and AAA. Yeah, oh my God, that was amazing, wasn't it? That was so much fun at the weekend. If you're not watching AAA, you are seriously missing out at the moment. It really is such a great show. 2 matches that the community scored as great. Both matches getting great scores. And then, do you know, they did a contract signing on Saturday between El Grande and El Grande. And I didn't know how it was going to play, but you know, if you'd asked me before, I would have said a brawl. They'll do a brawl, right? But what they ended up doing was so clever because they didn't actually touch each other. They had all this security in the ring, and the security did keep the 2 apart. And actually what they did instead is they had Chads with a list of demands. So one of the demands was no touching before the match. You can't touch me. If you touch me, then you have to take your mask off as a forfeit, right? So no touching, right? And so Ludwig was just he's desperate to get his hands on Chad's. So he was like, yep, fine, I'll sign it. And then the other one was that the female interviewer, like the Kathy Kelly that they've got, right? She's got to leave AAA. Now, I couldn't quite figure out if she had to leave the company permanently or if it was just until this match is done. I'm not too sure on that bit. That got a little lost in translation. But either way, she looked upset. And she's actually in a relationship with Ludwig. So he was having to choose, you know, do I choose between my girl? Do I choose this match? He was being put in this really awkward situation. It was very satisfying because you saw her reaction, his reaction. It just made him even more livid that he was being put in this position. And it was so much more effective than just a brawl, you know? So much more effective. And actually, just to put that cherry on top, right at the end, Chad picks up a pen and bounces it off Ludwig's head. Right? Picks up a pen, chucks it at his head. I mean, he's told him, you can't touch me, right? No fighting before our match on May 30th. I'm also going to get your girlfriend removed, right, from the company. If you want this match, you got to agree to that. And then just to really just dig it in that little deeper, I'm going to bounce this pen off your head as I leave the ring. Right? And then off he went. And Ludwig was like, ah! I mean, oh my God. It was just perfection at making you want to see that match. Absolutely incredible. When you think that the low-hanging fruit, the basic alternative is they just do a brawl, which is so obvious, and we see it so many times, to do something much more creative than that. Oh, it was a treat to watch. It really was. It was absolutely fantastic. AAA, seriously, if you're not watching it, it is worth your time. What I would say is it's on for an hour. You can find it on WWE's YouTube channel. It airs live on a Saturday. I am very much at the point now where if there is no major WWE show, and there's no major boxing or no major UFC, I will tune into AAA. So there's really no reason for us to do a Saturday now where there's no stream. There should always be some sort of stream. I can't tell you what it'll be. I can tell you this weekend it's Backlash. I can tell you that I think the weekend after Ronda's fighting on Netflix, which has got a lot of big names on it, looks a very good card. I'm interested in that. And then we got Saturday night's main event. Then we've got Clash in Italy. But, you know, week after that, it might be that there's not really anything kicking around. A few years ago, I would have done a UFC fight night. Now, I'm just so enjoying AAA. Whenever I can get to it, I'm going to try and get to it. And we will do, on May 30th, the AAA show. So I think on the Saturday, it is the AAA show where it's the mask versus mask match. And then the very next night is Clash in Italy. That's on the Sunday. So a big weekend of wrestling at the end of May. Big Time said, how much of a detriment was Vince throwing out monster contracts in 2019 and inflating prices to the point TKO is seeing deals saying, I think we've got to cut X, Y, and Z. New Day signed new deals in 2019. Yeah, there could be some issues with that now as TKO tried to reduce those contracts. I think... apparently, didn't they sign new deals in 2023, though? I think I heard, because, I mean, we're here in 2026. It would be a surprise if there was many people that had signed deals in 2019 that were still active now. So I think, you know, when it comes time to renegotiate deals, yes, they're definitely going to want to go lower than a lot of the current deals, because a lot of those 2019 deals were to try and keep people from going to AEW. So I think you can understand TKO, when it's time to renegotiate a deal, trying to bring the deals down. But what we're seeing at the moment is seemingly people having their deals renegotiated when they're not even at the end of their current deal. The way that it seems to be getting done is renegotiate and go to this new contract, otherwise we're going to release you. And do you know what I mean? Like that it just means that contracts are not worth the paper they're written on. If you sign a contract with WWE, I don't know what you're going to get out of it. You might get the full contract, but there's a chance that they'll pull this trick on you, which is negotiate to a lower wage, a lower salary, otherwise we're going to cut you. which is seemingly what they've just done with New Day, maybe what they've done with Kairi, and there is reports today that there's a talent that agreed to a 50% pay cut. A 50% pay cut. We're not just talking like a little bit here or there. We're talking a 50% pay cut. Now, if you take a 50% pay cut and you're a decent main roster talent, you're probably going from 2 million to 1 million or something like this, right? Or maybe 1.5 to 750. I mean, you're still going to earn really good money. The only thing you got to remember, though, is that wrestling does not last forever. People's runs certainly do not last forever. So they have to make their money now. And also, you've got injury risk. I mean, a lot of us that go to work are not at risk of injury. I don't wake up in the morning wondering if I'm going to do my ACL, right? And I'm going to be on the sidelines for a year. But obviously, that's a very real risk for them. So I think I said it before, and, you know, it's worth just repeating. But anyone that sort of signs with WWE moving forwards, they need to know there's no loyalty, and you are on this ride for however long this ride lasts. There's no guarantee that you're going to see out your contract. There's no guarantee this is going to be fair. You just got to make the most of it, right? And I've said this previous, actually, because I really remember, I can't remember the year, but I really do remember vividly. I think it's the angriest I've ever been on a stream. Maybe, I don't know. There's been some stuff that's made me pretty angry. But I remember that I did a wrestling escape pod and Tommy couldn't make it that week. I do a podcast on a Thursday, right? Tommy couldn't make it. And I had Dave in real life kindly jumped in and did it with him instead. And literally as we went live, they started doing releases. This is a good few years ago now. I want to say before TKO. They started doing releases, and we were sat there as information was coming out of this person has gone, that person has gone, so on, so on, so on, right? And I just remember being really angry because, again, it was people losing their jobs, and they were under contract. And this budget cuts thing, right, that they use, the reason why they use it is because they can get away with it. You can't really get taken to court if you've made budget cuts, because you basically are having to, you know, realign the business. You're having to reduce the budget, and I'm sorry, you know, your position, we just can't support it anymore. And I think it protects them against any kind of legal action of like wrongful dismissal or, you know, anything to do with like contracts where they could get sued. Because at the end of the day, WWE they've just come off the most successful WrestleMania. I mean, we're seeing the prices that are being charged for tickets. They've just announced that, like, Ari Emanuel has made 60 million, Mark Shapiro 40 million, Nick Khan 20 million. Like, serious money being made by the executives. And yet, we're having to cut the budget. But whilst we're cutting the budget, we're also bringing in Lizzie Rain, and we're bringing in Evil, and we're bringing in Takahashi, and we're bringing in Will Cruz, and we're bringing in more ID talent. We're bringing in all these people to add to a budget that apparently has got to be reduced. I mean, the truth is, we're getting rid of the wrestlers that we're a bit bored with, right? We've tried a few things with, and it's not quite worked. So rather than try anything else, we're just going to get rid of them because we've got new people that we're excited by. That's the truth. And we just do that every single year. And it's the same thing every single year. I mean, the releases are not a surprise. We did releases last year. We did them the year before. Like we do it every single year. So, you know, I'm sure we'll have this conversation next year as well. Because we know what they say, which is budget cuts, but we also know the truth, which is we get rid of the old wrestlers that we've done everything with that we think we can. We bring in the new wrestlers that the fans are a lot more excited about. And that circle just keeps going round and round and round and round and round, which is why, because it happens every year, if you sign a deal with WWE, it's not worth the paper it's written on. But WWE is the market leader, and people will take their chances, and, you know, they will go on to that ride and try their best to stay on it for as long as they possibly can. And there are success stories. Obviously, Natalya and Roman and Ray and Seth and Becky and Bayley and all these people, Sammy and Kevin, that all these people that have been with the company for 10 years plus, you know? So it is possible to stay on the ride for a long time. But equally, we see hundreds of wrestlers. Who was it that said the other day? Was it you, Big Time? 192 wrestlers have been cut since the pandemic, which is a lot of wrestlers, isn't it? So, yes, they are reducing the contracts. I think to a degree it's understandable because a lot of those were high when they were competing against AEW, which I don't think they are so much now. But I think for me, these are part of the negotiations when it's time to renegotiate. When your contract comes to an end and it's time to renegotiate the next one, that's where you have these chats. This idea that we're going to do it mid-contract, dirty, innit? It's just, I'm a big believer, and this probably just does not work in the business world, but I am a big believer in honouring contracts. Like, I'm a big believer if I had a business and I said to you, come and work for me, I'm going to give you 100,000 a year over the next 3 years, come and work for me, right? I am basically saying I'm going to give this person 300,000 over 3 years. I'm committed to that, and I'm locked in on that, right? Contract signed. I really don't think there should be any sort of movement there, because that person that I've made that agreement with, they need to plan their life. I mean, they might be thinking, right, over the next 3 years, I'm going to get 300,000. So I'm going to go and get a house, which is going to cost me, I don't know, 180, right? And I'm going to get a car, which is going to cost me, I don't know, 30. So that's going to take me to 210. I know I can pay for it because I've got 300,000 coming over the next 3 years. I'll have to get a mortgage, and, you know, the car will have to go on to payments, finance, but that's fine because I've got the money coming. And then the rest, obviously, just groceries and bills and stuff like that. But I should be covered for that. It's not a special life. It's not a VIP life, but it's a good life. It's an amazing life. If you can buy a house and a car within a 3-year period, I think we all dream of that, right? So but it's not like, do you know what I mean? You're buying a yacht or anything like this. It's not going on like 5-star holidays 5 times a year every year. But at least you've got some sort of idea as to what you could go out and purchase and commit to, right? And then you go and put a down payment on a house, knowing that you're going to be able to pay for it. You put a down payment on a car, knowing that you're going to be able to purchase it, yeah? And if you cut people mid-contract, it just you are ruining people's lives by doing that. You are ruining people's lives because all of a sudden that money that they thought was coming and was in a contract is now not coming. And I don't know how much sympathy people have got, but I've got a fair bit. I think if people reach the end of their contract, that's a different story for me, because you knew you was going to get X amount of money over a period of time. And when you get to the end of that, that was our agreement, yeah? So if I hired you for 100,000 a year over 3 years and we come to the end of that agreement, I've not done you dirty. I've stuck by my words. Now, I don't know what happens next. We might part ways, but at least you've got the money that I said you were going to get, yeah? That to me is the right way of doing business, not cutting people halfway through their contract. But as I said, that might just not be how it works in the business world. The business world is probably a lot dirtier than I could bring myself to be. I couldn't bring myself to do that, you know? I think you've got to be a special sort of person right? A very self-centered, sort of business-minded, screw everyone else, I'm out for me type person to be a CEO or be someone in that kind of very powerful position, you know? Because it is cutthroat, isn't it? It's business. You hear this a lot, don't you? People going, it's just business. It's just business at the end of the day. And that kind of dismisses it all. Don't get upset. It's just business, you know? It's dirty, isn't it? It's dirty. It's a side of WWE I hate and I've always hated. But I suppose the one thing I would say is that it's all right to be annoyed and angry and frustrated by all of that stuff, because I think it is wrong and dirty. But it's also wrong to just think that it was only TKO that have been doing it, because Vince has done this as well. I mean, when we say this is just business, it is business, but it's business that has been going on for a long time. Vince was doing budget cuts before TKO were on the scene. So you see a lot of like anti-TKO type commentary, but they're not alone in doing this. They're not alone. Vince was doing this. So they're only just carrying on what he was doing. The truth is, I think it's just how business works. If you got rid of TKO and brought in someone else and they're business-minded, they're probably going to do the same, to be honest. They're probably going to do the same. So, yeah, I don't know. TKO get bashed a lot because of various different things, and I'm quite happy to see them getting bashed. But I think it's a little bit disingenuous to sort of make out that they're the ones doing this and it's only them that have done this. This happens all the time in business, and Vince was doing it in WWE before they even came along. So, yeah, lots. That's where the conversation has been today, all on contracts and stuff like that. Yeah, really exciting stuff, you know. You know, the reason why we got into wrestling. You remember, don't you, being a kid, watching WWE and just thinking, oh, I wonder what the current contract situation is like for all the wrestlers. Yeah, that's why we got into this game, because we love contracts. King Gamer said, would it be a good idea to unionize like Ventura wanted to? Is there too much power giving wrestlers the right to veto releases? Well, I mean, if you got a union, then there would be a lot more power, wouldn't there, given to the wrestlers? Because if something happened, they could all go on strike, and you see that with other industries. So, you know, all of a sudden then there's unity and power in numbers. I mean, at the moment, it's divide and conquer. Everyone's just out to get what they can get. And if someone gets screwed, you know, oh man, that sucks. That's it. We still move forward, right? But obviously, if they were in a union and, you know, someone got screwed over, then, of course, the union can call everyone together, all the talent together. There can be talks of strikes. There can be talks of like, well, this person didn't get the pay rise this person got. And there's a lot more of that kind of comes in. So I don't really know where I stand on a union, to be honest with you, because obviously I'm not a wrestler. I think a union would be good. The thing is with unions, I do think there is a risk that power corrupts, because I think that if, again, I think that if you cut someone mid-contract, I disagree with it. I don't like it. You shouldn't have signed them to that contract in the first place, right? So if a union would prevent that, then I'm all for that, right? I'd say, yes, that's good. But what if, like, they decide that all of them want a 15-20% pay rise, and if they don't get it, they're all going to walk out? Do you know what I mean? Like, what if it's something like that? I mean, that's not something that I care about, right? That's not something I would be campaigning for, that every wrestler got a major pay increase like that. And so that's the other side of the coin, isn't it? I think that with a union, it could help battle some of the injustices, but then equally it gives them power to kind of do other stuff as well, like 20% pay increases for everybody. Otherwise, we're all going to walk out. And it's like, well, I don't find myself agreeing with that. I think they get paid well as it is. I don't know that I agree with everyone getting a 20% pay rise increase. I mean, you do you. It doesn't really affect me, but I don't know that I could sit here and support strike action for it. But on the flip side, I could support them if they wanted this budget cut nonsense to go, you know? I mean, just sign people to shorter deals. Sign them to 2-year deals or something like that rather than like longer deals. It's I don't know. The union thing, I think, has got pros and cons to it. And so I think it would definitely be better for the wrestlers. I don't know why they don't do it. I don't know why they can't quite get it together. The only thing I can think is they're worried that if a union came in, a lot of the low-level talent would be gone because they would just be like, we don't really need you. And if you're going to cause this kind of trouble, you know, we'll part ways. And, you know, they'll just end up keeping the people. It's probably a really hard one to introduce because if you're for it, they'll get rid of you. You would need a Roman, Becky. You'd need those kind of big names to support you. Because if it was just being driven by mid to low level talent, they'd probably just get rid of them. Like, it's, you know, we don't need that happening if you're WWE or TKO, you know. So, don't know. The union conversation is an interesting one. It's not one that I can bring much to be honest. Jesse did try to kind of do it in the 80s, and obviously Hogan shot it down. He needed Hogan's help on that, but Hogan ended up sort of siding with Vince and shooting it down, and Jesse never really forgave Hogan for that. And there was a big falling out over it. And I don't know that anyone's ever really tried to bring it in since. But, yeah, I mean, it's probably a conversation that's been had backstage. I don't know that anyone's going to be able to do it or what kind of appetite there is for it. But someone somewhere must have mentioned it. Abdullah said, Daze, Roman cancelling the June dates doesn't go with him saying that he'll be full-time all summer. Will he lose before June? Or do we think he'll stay champ till SummerSlam without appearing in June? I think he could stay as champion. I mean, I'm not worried by the June thing. I do touch on it in Unseen. I think there are quite a few reasons as to why the June thing is now not happening. I think that it could be a movie project. It could be a family issue, a scheduling clash. The one thing I've heard is that they don't have plans for him to be on the Night of Champions card. I don't know why, but again, if there is a scheduling issue with Roman and Night of Champions, that would be enough. It could just be that. So a lot of people are like, oh my God, I bet this is connected to the contracts. And it's like, I think you jump into conclusions there, to be honest. There's no word that this is connected to any contract dispute. And actually, it could be as simple as Roman has got a filming or personal thing or something happening on the same date as Night of Champions. He cannot make Night of Champions. And so because he can't make Night of Champions, there's no point having him around in the build. Because you have people around like Roman so they can build towards the big PLE. So if he's not going to be at Night of Champions, save the dates. The thing with Roman is they've got X amount of dates a year. So with Roman, they'll have him like 30 times a year or something, right? And maybe they've just negotiated some extra dates. Or maybe they're just using all the dates kind of before SummerSlam and then you don't get much of him after SummerSlam, right? So if they now decide, well, he's not going to be at Night of Champions, so we don't need him for the Raws in June, you could potentially now just move those appearances later in the year. So there is a good reason as to why you wouldn't want to just waste them. Each appearance that Roman makes matters. He's being paid for it, or it's part of his contract. So each appearance, you don't just waste them, right? So if he's not going to be at Night of Champions in June, save those appearances for when you potentially could use them better. So I'm not worried about Roman. There's no word from Dave Meltzer or PW Insider or WrestleVotes, or there's been no word that I've seen as of right now to say that there's any contract disputes or anything along those lines. There's been people saying that, but they're nobodies that, I believe are just making stuff up. There was another one that did the rounds today, actually, which was the Undertaker was... Let me go to it. Mike Johnson. Just as an example so that people can see the sort of stuff that's kind of doing the rounds, right? Let's go... I don't know where the best place to go would be. Let's go here, and let's go down. Haven't actually seen the news in about a couple of hours, so I don't know what other bits and bobs have been coming out whilst over the past few hours, but let's just scroll down. If we go over full screen, that way you can see what I can see. So the thing I'm looking for is... There was a lot of Kairi stuff that was coming out. Oh, this is only... It looks like there's quite a bit that... So, New Day have put out statements following their departure. So, this is why there's a lot of New Day stuff. So, I haven't seen this stuff yet. I haven't seen the New Day announcements or what they've said. This is the bit I got up to. The Kairi news was just coming out. So, look at this. Flipping loads. I'm still only... All this scrolling, I've still only gone 2 hours back. I'm just trying to find you some that's not even connected to any of this stuff. I'm trying to find you where someone goes, we never said this. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere now. We're getting to posts that I recognise. This is what, if you want to know what compiling unseen looks like, it looks like this. Scrolling through all of this stuff, reading all of this and trying to keep on top of all of this every day. This is what unseen looks like. This is why I'm like, I don't need you to tag me in news. It's nice and I appreciate it, but you don't need to do it because I've very much got it covered by going down these lists. And I'm still not at the bit I want to be at. Yeah, I still recognise these. There's the bit where someone was claiming the Undertaker wanted to use WWE's production teams. PW Insider were reporting it, and PW Insider came out and went, "Nah, we never said this. This is nonsense." Which is why, you got to be careful as to who's saying these things. This is why it's better to go direct. Find one of those sort of wrestle purists that you trust. Find one of those type people that is giving you good news. Like, if it's outside of that, I don't trust them. I just don't really pay attention to what those people say. But I mean, do you know, I still haven't found... I don't even know if I've gone past it by this point. But I am still recognising these messages. I have to go through all of this. I am recognising these messages right now, which means earlier today I went through all of this. If nothing else, there is a lot of work that goes into Unseen. Yeah, I might not be able to find it. And this whole thing might have just been a wasted exercise. But we had a lovely talk and a lovely journey. And, if anything, I think we're closer now. I think as people, we've kind of come together and we're closer. I'm not willing to abandon it, though. I am just not willing to abandon it. I think I could probably even go to Sean Ross Sapp's account and get it there. I might do that in a second. I'm still not going. I'm still recognising these things. Okay, I've abandoned. Sean Ross Sapp. Let's have a look at Sean. Sean, man like Doris. A number of people were asked to take pay cuts. Here it is. Look, Oh, that's why I couldn't find it, because this clown has deleted it now. That's why I couldn't find it. Because I was looking for their tweet, because it was quite colourful, and I knew what it looked like, but they flipping deleted it. They've deleted it. So that's why. So I probably did scroll past it and didn't even notice. So here, they basically said Undertaker is trying to get WWE's production team for AAA. And, you know, he wants the big production team for the AAA show. It wasn't even that big of a story. I got tagged in it a few times. But it was from this, what's this? Fronzak WWE, right? Never heard of them. And it even said, as per PW Insider, right? So they even said PW Insider had claimed to have said this. Well, Mike Johnson of PW Insider, he said, no, we didn't. We didn't say this. Right? And Sean Ross Sapp jumped on and said they did not report that. So the point I was trying to make is there are people out there, which is going to come as no surprise to you, but there are people out there that put stuff like as per Fightful, as per PW Insider, as per Dave Meltzer, and then they'll say a load of nonsense. And then it's stunning. I do not understand, and I don't think I will ever understand how that gains traction. I don't know how these absolutely nobody, nothing accounts can just type out as per Fightful, as per PW Insider, as per Dave Meltzer. They don't have to provide a link. They don't have to provide any sort of screenshots. They don't have to provide any kind of evidence, but they can just type that out and then write a load of nonsense. And it goes. People buy it, and it like I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, if you want your news, go to a Wrestle Purists, go to a Wrestle Talk, go to a Cultaholic, go to Blooming Hour. I mean, Sportskeeda if you have to. You know, go to one of those that are, you know, at least getting their information from the original sources. They're getting their information from Sean Ross Sapp, from WrestleVotes, from Fightful Select, from Dave Meltzer when he speaks in The Observer or he speaks on Wrestling Observer Radio. Like, they are actual quotes from the Observer newsletter or the radio show that you can watch a clip of him actually saying, you know. But going to these people that have got no sort of history of, you know, reliability, I just don't do it. Just don't do it, because this is why when people just believe like random stuff on Facebook, I don't understand. It seems like such a rookie error. You know what I mean? Like, it's I don't know. Perhaps when you've been in this game, it's easier to understand. You know, perhaps if you're a newcomer, you don't quite understand how it all works yet. But I suppose what I would say to you is there's a lot of people out there that are posting fake news. There's a lot of people out there that just want engagement. They just want likes. They just want retweets. They are not interested in bringing you information. They're not interested in that information being accurate. They just want engagement. And that is it. That's how the world goes round now. In 2026, engagement is a bit of a currency, isn't it? Likes and views and all that, shares and all that kind of stuff. And so people will just put out whatever nonsense they have to put out just to get, you know, likes and views and engagement and whatnot. So, yes, be careful. There is nonsense out there. Although I do want to go back and see what the Flip the New Day were talking about. Seth is opening up tonight's Raw. Oh, what's this? News on Ober's Raw Open Challenge is coming shortly to Fightful Select. So, only thing I'll say is cooking. Okay. They're quite excited then. So it seems like it must be someone decent. No word as to who it is. I'm not bothered really. This close, I think I'd rather just... I don't really understand spoiling it an hour before, you know? I'd rather just watch... Okay, where was the Where was the... Oh, there's Kevin. Ober arriving. Where was the New Day stuff? What's this about Sheamus? If this happens, zero chance it should be a squash. Let them go for nearly 20 minutes. I'm fine with it being Sheamus. Absolutely fine with it being Sheamus. Ober would have to win, though. He would have to win. Where is... Here we go. Kofi. Do your best to live a life without regrets. Control what you can control. Always give your all and fight hard for what you believe in. Do not ever compromise or accept less than your due when it comes to your worth. Wow. Tell me how you really feel, you know? Wow. WWE's stance on bringing back NXT UK? No. Because they got rid of it for NXT Europe, didn't they? Not at this time. Just based on financials. TKO is looking to save money, so they're not going to open up performance centres or things like that in the UK or any international location right now. I know the idea was out there, but that was years ago. It's just not the time for it. The UK market isn't really there for it. They'd rather have people come to them than go overseas. Who was making these comments? This was... So, no, basically. During a Q&A, Wrestle votes were asked about the recent UK tryouts. Could it lead to an NXT UK return? And they said what we kind of expected them to say. That's probably worth putting in unseen, isn't it? No, is the answer. A recent Wrestle Votes Q&A. That's very interesting from Xavier, from Kofi. Here's Xavier. Okay, for the past 16 years, WWE has been my home. It's where I grew up, found myself, failed, learned, and got to live things out the younger version of me could only dream about. When I first walked into FCW, I just wanted a chance to prove that I belonged and to bring something different to professional wrestling. The chance became a full life full of moments that I'll carry with me forever. WrestleMania, championships, King of the Ring, arenas sold out around the world, and the gift of connecting with all of you by myself. The New Day gave me a bond with Kofi and Big E. He's forgot Grayson, that's a shame. That I'll cherish for life. You believed in us, even when the ideas were wild, and because of that, we got to show people that being unapologetically yourself is a strength. Up, Up, Down, Down became another piece of that same mission, a place for joy and friendship and humanity. I'm so thankful to everyone, past and present, who helped build it brick by brick. To the locker room, producers, trainers, crew, camera teams, ring crew, everyone behind the scenes and props department, thank you. WWE has the most special and hardest working props department that you'll ever find. Big shout out to the props team. Love giving props to the props department. Love you guys, and none of this happens without you. And to everyone who has been part of this ride, thank you for believing in me. Thank you for letting me be Xavier Woods. Thank you for giving me the confidence to walk away as Austin Creed. Wow. Yeah, no message out of those guys. But then both of them have put out long messages. So more from Kofi than what I just read. Okay, it's taken me 2 full days to respond to all the texts. I hadn't been on social media until today, and I am overwhelmed by all the messages here too. So much love. I can't help but be filled completely with gratitude. My story has been nothing short of remarkable, and I am truly blessed to have had such an illustrious, accolade-laden, and most importantly, fun-filled career. I made my childhood dream become the most wonderful reality. Throughout this journey, I'm so thankful to have been surrounded by great friends and to have built so many unbreakable connections with people that I'm very proud to call my family. Most people go through life without ever experiencing a love like I have for Xavier and E. That bond alone would have made the whole experience worth it. There are far too many to mention by name here, but to everyone who has ever supported me, guided me, helped me, taught me, cheered for me, praised me, stood up for me, even rooted against me, thank you. I appreciate you more than words can say. My main mission has always been a simple one, to provide a comfortable life filled with heartwarming memories for my family, and largely in part to all of you. I can proudly say that I have achieved that goal and more. This wasn't supposed to be a novel, so let me wind it down with some advice, and I'm guessing this is what we just read. Do your best to live a life without regrets. Control what you can control. Always give it your all and fight hard for what you believe in. Do not ever compromise or accept less than your due when it comes to your worth. Find the courage to believe in yourself and fearlessly pursue your dreams and goals and dreams, because anything is possible. The kid that was too small, short, skinny and scrawny was never supposed to make it in a land of giants. Yet here we are. And so, as the sun sets on one chapter, so too must it rise on another. Tomorrow is indeed a new day. There we go. Wow, oh, there's Grim. Grim said, thank you for the memories, Kofi. Your WWE career was legendary. Can't wait for what's next. Lovely. Yeah, and something here from Kevin. I'm sure this is going to get a lot of reaction now from... I got Xavier's, didn't I? I didn't get Kofi's. We're not going to compile Unseen live on this Raw stream, but that is the kind of... stuff that we tend to put in. Wow, quite powerful that. Yeah, quite powerful. William said, is there a cricket player you'd like to see in WWE? No. Mackenzie said, I want Club WWE to be like the network. Well, they're not going to put like that sort of content on there because that's going onto YouTube. There will be exclusive content that goes on there, though, and there is an exclusive shop. So it could be a network in the sense of it's a website that you sign into, and then here's the chat room, here's the exclusive online store, here's the exclusive online content, here is some members only meet and greet information that's coming up. So, you know, if they're doing a show in an area, there will be a Club WWE meet and greet, which if you're, you know, subscribed, you get an opportunity to meet the superstars, right? Or a superstar. They'll make one superstar available for a Raw and a SmackDown, each of their shows, you know, and Club WWE members, first come, first served, get to meet them. Or maybe there'll be a raffle where 200 people can meet Charlotte, but you've got to enter the raffle, right? And so I could see it being stuff like that. I think that is roughly what I'm expecting John to announce. There's been no word as to what John is announcing, but he's been talking a lot about he knows what his identity is now with WWE going forward. I could see him being quite a big driver for Club WWE. If you think that Shawn Michaels is in charge of NXT and Triple H is in charge of the main roster, and Undertaker is doing a lot of work with AAA, and AJ Styles is scouting for new talent and working at the Performance Center, where does John Cena fit into things? And it might be that, you know, he's not going to be running Club WWE, but he could be a big driver for Club WWE to sort of be making announcements and going out there and, you know, securing big names for meet and greets or, you know, whatever it might be. So I could see him like doing a part of that. So I definitely think his announcement at Backlash is going to be Club WWE related. And I could see it being, we're ready to go, you know? I mean, they've been putting together this sort of list, you know, of people, get your names in for those that are interested, the sort of waiting list thing. And then, boom, let's go. It's going to have to get launched at some point. Are we going to find out the date? where is the exclusive online store? Where is the exclusive content? There's got to be some sort of hub or app. I mean, it might be an app. I mean, it could be an app on the phone. It might be a hub and an app. It might be something along those lines. So, I mean, Network was an app, and it was a website. So, yeah, it could be, but it could be. I think it's quite exciting. Dean Malenko's daughter has got a WWE ID contract. Very good. Big Migs Gaming said New Day re-signed an extension back in October of 2025. Was it 2025? In my head, I thought it was 2023, but I could believe that. 2025. Yeah, that's mental, innit? That's mental. Mid-contract. You know, will you take this pay cut? And it could have been a significant pay cut, certainly if that 50% one is correct. I'm not saying they got offered a 50% pay cut, but it could have been something really significant. So, yeah, interesting. Okay, Big Tony K said, if WWE and TKO asked you to take a 99% pay cut from your contract, would you take it or leave WWE? Well, I'm not with WWE, so that's not a conversation that's ever going to happen, to be honest. Connor said, Daze, Kevin has announced new upcoming WWE dates in Canada. He has, yes, 3 of them. A Raw, a SmackDown, and a live event. Kian said John Cena's new role is being a promoter for WWE. Yeah. Beebly Brox said Club WWE has got an exclusive John Cena Ranger merch. That might be all it is. I think it'll be more than that, because that is true, they do. But he was talking about how this is going to be revolutionary for experiences and the fans and the superstars. I don't think he just comes out and goes, I've got new merch coming, you know? I think it's going to be about Club WWE itself and giving us a better idea of specifics and the scale of it and where it can be found and when it's going to launch and all that kind of stuff. So, yes, I think that the exclusive John Cena merch could be a part of the announcement, but his tweet today kind of makes it seem like it's going to be a pretty big sort of lot of information. Connor said, do we expect Cody Gunther for the Undisputed Championship to happen at Saturday nights or Clash in Italy? Yes. I think Backlash feels a bit soon. It is possible it gets added to Backlash, but as I said in my predictions, I'm not expecting it. I don't see us needing to rush to the match. It's actually better, you know, that we hear from Gunther, get a response from Cody, sort of build it, really, you know? Sort of, and it's not as if we don't know when the next shows are. We got another couple later in May. So, yeah, I personally wouldn't rush it, but I don't know when I don't know what WWE have got planned. Jesse said, Ammo Coffee has the smallest restock today, and I missed it again. I heard something else about Ammo Coffee today. Aren't they appearing somewhere? There's some sort of appearance. Yeah, there was a restock 6 hours ago. Oh, yeah, here, Tampa. Ammo Coffee Takeover this Saturday in Tampa, 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. They are going to be, I don't know, their coffee is probably going to be served at a coffee bar in a local area to the show. So, you know, there's stuff happening with Ammo. It's good to see. I've obviously not tried it myself. I still don't know if you can get it in the UK, but yeah, you could probably get it shipped over, I'd imagine. I'm not that desperate at the moment, but I'd try it if I was around and it was around. Big Time said, I know we've been on a TKO tirade, but as a lifelong fan, it's hard to sit and not feel embarrassed, disappointed, or ashamed of TKO. Well, respected vets are just walking out, says Big Time. I don't feel embarrassed by TKO. Again, you have to remember that a lot of this stuff was happening under Vince. So I don't really see what's changed. You know, there's a lot of people. I mean, yeah, I do think we could treat, you know, legends better, if you will. But I mean, we parted ways with people like Dolph Ziggler when Vince was around. I don't know if Dolph Ziggler classes as a legend, right? But he is a former world's heavyweight champion, successfully cashed in Money in the Bank, you know. Very similar, actually, in the way that he was red hot around, 2012, 13, 14, going into 15, that kind of time period. And then really it started to decline and get used less and less and less, and then ended up, getting cut. And don't forget, Vince got rid of Bray. I mean, I think we would agree that Bray was a legend. So I don't find myself embarrassed. I mean, they don't represent me. Do you know what I mean? I'm not working with them. So I don't find myself being embarrassed. I mean, it's not like I work for TKO or anything like that. And a lot of what they have done in regards to cuts, we saw Vince doing as well. So I get the anti-TKO stuff, and I would never speak out in defense of TKO. Like, I'm not going to be putting tweets out going, guys, you misunderstand them, you go off on them. I don't give a flip. But what I would say is, when it comes to the releases, let's not pretend that Vince was not doing the exact same thing, because that's just disingenuous. That to me is where people's arguments look weak, because it's one thing to go, this is disgusting, you shouldn't be treating people this way, and I can absolutely support that. Like, I'm fully behind that. But when people are like saying like, this is why we need Vince back, it's like, you're joking, aren't you? I mean, tell me you don't know your wrestling history without telling me you don't know your wrestling history, because Vince was doing the exact same stuff. So that to me is the line, that to me is like, I can totally back people that have had enough of TKO and don't like their practices, but I just can't get with people that then go that extra step of saying, this is why we need Vince back. Vince would never do this kind of stuff. It's like, you're joking, aren't you? Did you just get into wrestling like last year or something? Like, we've been through this many, many, many times with the releases. And look, there was people in the chat going, I don't know why people are acting surprised. We've gone through this a lot of times. They weren't wrong. The only issue I had with those people is people are going to be upset. It's going to happen next year, and we're all going to be upset again, because you're probably going to lose wrestlers that you like. You can sit there and go, they do this every year and not be bothered. Or most of us are going to be like, this sucks, man. I can't believe they're doing this again. Like, it just sucks. Like, why have they got rid of such and such? Why have they got rid of such and such? Just like this year, why have they got rid of Kairi? Why have they got rid of the Wyatt Six? I was disappointed this year with some of the releases, and I will be disappointed next year, undoubtedly, because I don't like it. And I don't know that I'm ever going to like it. And if you're someone that can just shrug your shoulders and be like, not bothered, then that's fine. That's great. Because if it's not affecting you and whatever, then okay, cool. But don't be shocked if it is kind of affecting other people, Don't be surprised if there's others out there that are disappointed and frustrated. So I can certainly get with the backlash towards TKO. But yeah, as I said, like, for me, when people are sort of acting like this has never happened before, or acting like Vince never did these things, that's where I'm like, no, you're losing me now. This is where we're getting a bit silly. Cosmic said, we need to drop the Undisputed from the belt now. Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, we probably do. We probably do. It probably should be the World Heavyweight Championship and the WWE Championship. I think it was Undisputed, wasn't it, when the Universal Championship combined with it. So it was Undisputed. There was no other championship around. This is the Undisputed WWE Championship. Whereas now there is a World Heavyweight Champion as well. So you could make an argument that if you're the WWE Champion, you can make an argument you're no longer the top person in the company, right? So, yeah, you probably could just lose that. Plus, it doesn't need to be so wordy, does it? The World Heavyweight Championship and the WWE Championship. Boom. Done. Dormouse, shout out to you. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Dormouse said, much love. Miss you, boomers. Dormouse, I hope life is treating you well, buds. I hope it's treating you better than it is some of the WWE superstars at the moment. Just never seem to be able to get past all this release conversation, do we? I mean, it kind of really kicked off the other week, and I mean, it's incredible that we're still here flipping talking about it a week later. And obviously that's because of the New Day and all of that going down at the weekends. And again, reminder, Brian Alvarez is saying that there is still more names that could be going. So yeah, we could see even more leaving WWE. I hope not. I hope that those names were people that have maybe agreed to pay cuts or something, and so they don't end up going. But yeah, a lot going on behind the scenes. I bet there's a lot of talent that would love to be saying some stuff right now that are biting their lip, you know. What's this? Chelsea Green, after 10 years, doctors caught my SVT and I was able to get a heart procedure done. 3 hours later, I'm on the mend. Chelsea shared that she has had a heart procedure done after doctors caught her SVT. What's an SVT? What's an S? I don't know what that is. Is that like an irregular heart thing? It's a condition, rapid and often regular heartbeat. Yeah. So I think it is like... It's a condition where your heart suddenly beats much faster than normal. It's not usually serious, but some people may need treatment. So that's what it is. Supraventricular tachycardia. There we go. SVT. So it looks like that's something Chelsea has been struggling with. And they caught it and she had a procedure. It does say here it's not usually serious, but there are some people that may require like a treatment for it. So, you know, wishing her a very, very speedy recovery, of course. So there we go. Blimey now. If it's not one thing, it's another. We got some wrestlers losing their jobs. We got other ones in hospital. Blooming industry's falling apart. That's good, though. I'm pleased for her. I'm pleased that she's, you know, got that sorted. Okay, King Yeti said, nothing bad has ever happened under Vince. Daze, you're a liar. You're a liar. Oh, you're right, mate. It was all rainbows and lollipops when Vince was around. Eh? Everyone was just skipping their way to work with excitement. Rapture said, Daze, who do we think could answer Oba's challenge? I think maybe a talent that's not being used right now, like Ilya or Gargano. I think both of those are listed as SmackDown stars. So if we can use SmackDown stars, then yes, defo. I can't see why we couldn't. I know there's going to be a lot of people saying like, oh, brand split, we shouldn't mix them up and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, who cares? Do you know what I mean? I think we just want a fun kind of contest. I mean, you can bring out someone that can just get murked like Tozawa, but that's going to only have limited appeal. It's going to be so much better if there's a bit of back and forth. Of course Oba's going to win. So whoever it is, you've got to make sure that they obviously can lose and take a loss. You know, Johnny can. I mean, he's a great wrestler. He'll put on a banger, but he can lose, you know? No problem. Sheamus would put on a banger as well. And we were looking earlier, there's not loads of options when it comes to Raw. We were looking at the actual Raw roster. We didn't, when I say look at it, we didn't actually put it up on screen, but we can do that so that people can have an idea as to what we're dealing with. So if we go superstars, go down to... Oh, there it is. Go down to the Raw roster. So, Tozawa. Theory is one half of the tag champs. He could come out and answer it, but I don't see that happening. Bravo. Don't expect Bron Breakker or Bronson Reed. I mean, Bron's obviously, you know, build into a match with Seth this weekend. Bronson's injured. Could be Brutus. Could be Chad's. I mean, I'm not expecting that, but it could be Chad's. CM Punk, wouldn't expect that. I mean, that would be... Can Punk take the loss? Plus, also, are you just going to throw that out on a random Raw? I really don't expect that. Del Toro. Dominic, I think, has he got an injury or something at the moment? I don't know, actually, what's happening with Dominic right now. But I wouldn't be expecting Dom. Plus, again, he would have to lose. Dragon Lee, there's an option. We could definitely do Dragon Lee. El Grande, I don't expect it to be El Grande. We're building to El Grande. It doesn't really make sense him getting murked by Oba right now. Finn's in action against JD tonight anyway. Grayson, I think we saw recently. Gunther, obviously going after Cody. Ivar is an option. You can imagine the big man coming down. I mean, I said Otis, but Ivar's an option. I don't know that it's a massively exciting option, but it's an option. JD's got a match tonight. Javon's got a match tonight. Jay and Jimmy, can't imagine it being them. They're kind of all caught up with this Jacob Roman situation. Wilds is an option, but I don't think anyone would care. Julius Creed is an option, and that would bang, actually. I mean, Julius Creed has got a really good amateur wrestling background. I don't think we've even scratched the surface with Julius Creed. Julius Creed could be a real sleeper of a breakout star. Could be like a Montez Ford type level breakout star. Montez is different. Julius could be that more legitimate Chad Gable, but just a bit bigger type guy. Don't know that he's got the fun, bubbly personality of Chad's, but he could be a really serious wrestler. I'd be really interested to see him in some singles matches, actually. I wonder if Triple H would be interested. Have a look at Julius Oba. Oba wins, but I don't know, could Julius just show that, hang on, there's something here, you know. Never really thought about him breaking out, but wow, there's something to Julius Creed. LA Knight. Yeah, there's a chance for LA Knight. You'd have to lose. There's a chance for LA Knight. Don't expect Logan is one half of the tag champs. I think Ludwig is interesting. Ludwig, Chad, Pete Dunne, Tyler Bates, all of those Americanos, but just their alternative personas. The personas we don't see. We never see Pete Dunne. We never see Tyler Bates. We never see Ludwig. We never see Chad. I think all of those have, you know, great. Imagine Ludwig Kaiser versus Oba. It'd be fun. That could be fun. Otis, I think, is a great shout because of his size, but beatable. Penta in action tonight. Pete Dunne, we've mentioned. Ryo, yeah. Rey Mysterio, not down on Rey, actually. Not down on Rey as an option. Again, he'd have to lose, but getting a win over Rey Mysterio on Raw be pretty good for Oba. Won't be Roman. Won't be Rusev. He's in action tonight. Won't be Seth. Sheamus, there's a chance. And Tyler Bate. That's it. So we're not... There's a few... I mean, like LA Knight, Dragon Lee, Rey Mysterio, those kinds of names. But I'm looking at an Ivar. I'm looking at an Otis. I'm looking at, you know, a Julius Creed. I'm looking at those kinds of names as well because... not loads of alternatives. And Javon, Penta, Rusev, and Finn Balor, JD, and someone else are all in action tonight. So it won't be any of those because they've already got a match tonight. So a lot of them are already tied up, actually. So there we go. Little bit of a look at who could answer. WrestleVotes have teased the name. I don't know who the name is. I don't want to know who the name is. I'm quite happy to just find out on the show. But WrestleVote said, you know, they've got word as to who it is and they're going to put it out on Fightful Selects. Here is The Rock arriving at the Met Gala. I bet that's expensive. That looks expensive. Normally when I see something like that, I'm thinking costume jewelry, but with The Rock, you know it's not. You know that's not costume. That is serious expensive, I'm sure. But there we go. That's The Rock arriving at the Met Gala. That's where we see all the wacky costumes. Wackier than New Generation WWF. Okay, could Danhausen attempt to create Oberhausen for Backlash? Oh, I think he could. I mean, I don't know that he'll do that tonight. I think what you do is you have Danhausen tonight and Friday desperately going up to people to see if you can get them to join you. He won't be able to find anyone. And then that means we get to Saturday. He comes out. Miz and Kit are laughing at him. We knew you didn't have any friends. You know, this is you're a letdown. You're a freak. No one wants to help you. And then bang, you bring out someone that is going to turn their mocking to, like, you know, their faces just drop. I mean, that's what you would want, really. What I would say to Miz and Kit is, like, I want Danhausen in the ring. You're going to be pointing at him. You're going to be like, you know, microphone, told you that no one would come to your rage. You're a freak. When are you going to understand? You don't belong here. All that kind of stuff. As soon as you say that, this line, or whatever the word is, chuck the microphone down, or something like, I'm going to really enjoy beating you up in this 2-on-1 match, or something like that, right? Chuck the microphone down, laugh. As soon as you laugh, that'll be the cue. I'm hitting Ober's music, right? Ober's music hits, and then out comes the big man. And of course, you cut to those two as, like, Miz is just, can't believe the situation is in. Like, to me, that makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't say that he is the person, because there's no word as to who the person is. But I think him having that moment would play well on social media. I think him coming to Danhausen's rescue makes a lot of sense. I think him being on the show makes a lot of sense. Coming down and having the ability to chuck two people around. I mean, how are you going to follow up him retiring Brock? Well, he comes down and helps Danhausen and chucks around Miz and Kit Wilson for a few minutes. Double Germans, double suplexes, you know, those kind of like double AA spots, double F5 type spots. I wonder if Ober starts using the F5. That'd be cheeky, wouldn't it? Takes Brock's finishing move and starts using the F5. Imagine a double F5 to Miz and Kit Wilson. And then just as they're both down, like absolutely out, tag, in comes Danhausen. Danhausen quickly gets the pin, celebrates. Ober looks amazing. Danhausen gets the win. Smiles all round. Play that out on the first hour as well. Play that out on ESPN2. And have that moment play out. It's so simple, basic 101 wrestling type stuff. I mean, but it could turn out to be CM Punk. I think CM Punk you could sort of use in that position as well, because he is a very good friend of Danhausen. If Danhausen needs help, CM Punk's a no-brainer as well. So I do think there are other options. They might want to get LA Knight on the cards. They might want to get Royce Keys on the cards. So it's hard to get into their head as to what they've got planned. But yeah, I do think Ober's got an opportunity, got a chance. But have to see. Omos. Same sort of thing, isn't it? Wrestler Andy said, Daze, it's a shame that the New Day didn't split when Big E left in 2020. I feel like if they did split, then it would have been a big moment to reunite them about this time. That's a good shout, that is, actually. I agree with you. I think it would have been good if they'd have split apart in that moment, because they could have gone off and done their own thing. Some of it might have worked, some of it might not. But you would always have the option to bring them back together again. That group was never the same when Big E went. And I suppose the sad thing was they brought Big E back with Kofi. I can't remember if Xavier was in or not. But they did have Kofi and Big E. I think it was just those two. But it might have been all three. But I think it was just those two. When the injury happened. I mean, when that Ridge Holland thing happens, that's not a singles match. He loses the belt and then goes back with like Kofi and goes back. So there is a bit of a moment where he goes back, but then it's like literally done. I mean, if my memory serves me correct, I feel like Big E loses the belt at day one. And then I think his injury, which was early January, hence why it was called day one. And then I think he picks up his injury in like March. of that same year. And then, that's where he's injured and out. So, yeah, I feel like you're absolutely right. A big sort of reunion, certainly on a bigger scale than what they ended up doing. But he did go back, Big E. But it just was not made out as like this massive, massive thing. And because the New Day had never really split, again, it didn't really hit as well. And then, of course, Big E gets his injury, and it was just terrible, wasn't it? I think, to be honest, they ran out of steam around 2020, and they easily could have got more steam, but they just needed that next creative angle. As I said, they were doing bootios, they were doing pancakes, they were doing ice cream bars, New Day pops, and all this kind of stuff. Like, they had done all of those things. They'd reached the end of all of that. And I think really WWE was like, it's time for us to look at Big E as a solo star. That's fine. I don't think anyone's got a problem with that. It makes sense. I think a turn would have been quite good. But instead, they just took him out as part of the draft. I think, wasn't it like Stephanie announcing Big E's going to SmackDown, and they were all celebrating, and she was like, no, it's only Big E that's going. And that was the end, really, of... that's the end of the New Day in my mind. Anything after that point is just... Xavier and Kofi as a two, just... It was flat. They didn't give them anything to do for years and years. It was just flat. I think there is some more championship reigns, but inconsequential. Don't make any... I couldn't tell you who they got the belts from, how long the reigns were. Inconsequential. Big E then rejoins and picks up that injury, and yeah, it's just sad, isn't it? The end of it is so sad for such an amazing group. But then think about how Legion of Doom finished. Look at the nonsense that went on there. Look at how Demolition ended. I mean, the truth is that a lot of these groups, they don't. It's rare to get like a big thank you, send off type, moment. Normally it just sort of fizzles, and then they split apart and go on to other things. So yeah, disappointing, very disappointing. I can definitely understand why people were feeling this one. And it's gonna fire all back up again with the comments that have been made from Kofi and Xavier tonight. Stuart said, do we think that Jacob can take everything off Roman to become a new world heavyweight champion? He is told Usos and Roman is all gas, no brakes. I mean, he can take it away. The only thing I would say is that he is not nowhere near Roman's level of popularity, of course. But, I mean, he could take the belt and he could take the Usos and we could invest in him. That is definitely one way forwards. I am personally not expecting that. I think that Roman is a massive name. He's someone that I could see... I mean, the word on the street was that it was going to be Gunther for Roman, and we know that seemingly is not happening now because Gunther's going after Cody. So it does sort of leave us in a position where it's like, don't know, but there's a lot of excitement around Roman Ober. So, in my mind, it makes sense for Roman to get past Jacob. I don't really care about June and the fact he's not around, because there was plenty of times he weren't around when he was in the bloodline. So it doesn't really bother me. But, get to SummerSlam and maybe we do Roman Ober. I mean, Roman versus Ober is undeniably bigger than Jacob versus Ober. And SummerSlam is only like the 1st and 2nd of August. So we've got 3 months, 12 weeks, May, June, July. You can certainly build Jacob up, but I don't think anyone would say you're going to be able to build Jacob up to a Roman level by SummerSlam. You can build him, and he can feel a lot more legit than he does, and a bigger threat and all of that stuff, but you've only got about 12 weeks till SummerSlam. First, it's like the 1st and the 2nd, I think, of August. So, I don't know. This is why I'm struggling to see them take the belt off Roman. And I'm not alone. The bookies odds minus 5,000 for Roman. That means that if you want to win $100, you have to bet 5,000. That's how much they think Roman's winning. You'd have to risk $5,000 just to win 100. So that's how big the odds are. Now, those odds might have changed a little bit since the June news came out, but I don't think they will have drastically changed. Maybe he's plus 3,000 now, rather than being plus 5,000, you know? But it's still going to be Roman, firm favourite to get the win this weekend. If we look at the SmackDown roster, in case those wrestlers are available, I think it will be a wrestler that's not being used right now, said Rapturous. Well, the SmackDown roster probably does have some interesting options on it, as was mentioned. Johnny. I don't want to spend too long on this because I don't know that it's going to be someone from SmackDown. So I don't want to spend as long on this as we did on the Raw one. But SmackDown-wise, we've got Angel, Dawkins, Axiom, Berto, Carmelo, who did say he would be back soon, but again, don't know that it'll be tonight. And again, whoever steps up to Ober surely has to lose. Damian, Drew, Ilya, won't be Jacob, of course. Jacob in a feud at the moment. Johnny, don't expect Kevin. He was in his car earlier announcing that WWE were coming to Canada. Kit Wilson, Matt Cardona, Montez Fords, Nathan Frazier, R-Truth, Randy Orton, Ray Phoenix, Ricky Saints, Royce Keys, Sami Zayn, Shinsuke Nakamura. Shinsuke could be good. He's not doing anything. He's been popping up backstage. Solo, Tala, Tama, Miz, Trick. So that's everyone that's on the SmackDown roster. Yeah, I mean, like an Ilya, a Johnny, a Shinsuke. I mean, it seemed to be someone that WrestleVotes were quite excited by because it had that sort of Ainsley Harriott cooking, you know, yeah, boy, that one, that gif. So, yeah, it seems to be someone that they were pretty excited by. So I'm expecting it to be a good opponent, a good name, hopefully a good match. Oba gets the win. That's what I'd be expecting. I think the problem is that Roman told fans he was going to be full-time through the summer, said Sean. Yeah, I don't think it's a problem. I mean, he has been around post-Mania for the past few weeks. He is going to be around all throughout May. We still don't know what's happening in July. There's been no word of July. And then we've got SummerSlam in early August. So, yeah, I mean, when he made those comments, he was around in June. So we know that on the website he was being advertised for the June dates. So he didn't lie. He was going to be around in the summer, and we know the June dates have been removed. The question is, why have the June dates been removed, right? So why have they been removed? He was doing them, now he's not doing them. I just think it's a bit of a leap. It's a bit of a jump to say that it's connected with the contract issues, right? That is an option, but there are lots of other options on the table, right? To go to just that one and say that it's because of that, it's an option. But to say it's because of that, to me, speculation, theory, fans' imaginations running a bit wild. It's an option. You can mention it. Is it something to do with contracts? It's an option. It could be. But equally, it could be that he's not available for Night of Champions. Or would any of us be shocked if Roman has turned around and gone, I ain't going to Saudi Arabia? Because I think Night of Champions is the Saudi Arabia show. So could you imagine Roman going, there ain't no way I'm doing this Saudi show. There's nothing in my contract that says I have to go. The war is still going, and actually tonight appears to be intensifying again. I've heard there's been attacks on boats and all this kind of stuff. So, do you see my point? Like, as much as people are going, oh, it's contract stuff, well, is it not Saudi Arabian war stuff? I mean, is that not a viable, like, you know, alternative? He is not, for whatever reason now, available for Night of Champions. And so, as a result, they don't need him for the Raws building up to that show. So they've took him off the Raws. And I was saying, I can't remember if it was here or if it was on the members stream, but every Roman appearance matters because he's contracted for so many a year. And I think even if they have increased him over the summer, it's either going to be those dates moved into the summer or they've paid for some additional ones, right? So each appearance matters. So if you're not going to have him at Night of Champions now, then there's no point wasting the appearances for the Raws building up to it. So, yeah, I mean, this seems to be a bit of a plans changed situation. We just don't quite know why the plans changed. So, we'll have to see. I mean, maybe the dirt sheets will find some out and we could get some info at some point this week, you know? I'm sure they're working on it. Rapture said, I'm worried for Gargano as he wasn't on SmackDown. I remember, and the last time in the Battle Royal, I hope it's them figuring out what to do as Motor City were released right after. Yeah, well, I would be a bit worried as well, actually, because I think in regards to Roman, you don't really want to mess around with him. He is the most well-known, most searched, most popular, biggest needle mover in all of pro wrestling. There's no one in AEW, no one in New Japan, no one in CMLL. There's no one that has the impact that Roman Reigns has. Because if you look at global, worldwide searches, you know, Roman is just miles ahead of even other WWE superstars. And we've done that, like on previous streams, actually looking at Google Trends over the past 5 years, looking at the kind of engagement that Roman enjoys, right? It's very impressive. So he's a massive star. So I don't think you want to rock the boat with him. I mean, you don't want, there's no positive side to rocking the boat apart from saving a bit of money. But they've got money and they're making savings further down the card with people that they don't feel matters if they leave, you know. Sad truth is they were willing to risk the New Day leaving. They were willing to risk Kairi leaving. They're probably willing to risk others leaving that, you know, we haven't even found out about yet. I really don't think they would want to run the risk. Could you imagine if Roman Reigns left WWE and went to AEW? Could you have flipping imagine that? I mean, that could be a true game changer. That could, you know. It could be. I'm not going to say it is, but it could be. I mean, he is the biggest star that's in wrestling right now. So, yeah, this is partly why I'm struggling with the whole contract theory, right? Because I just think, why you don't need to take that gamble. You just had a WrestleMania that delivered you almost record profits, record revenues. I know people are saying that like ticket sales are down and all that sort of stuff, but they might be down, but it's only because of the increase in ticket prices that they're down. The actual money they're generating is still very, very impressive. They've still got Saudi money coming in, although we hope. We don't know what's going on with the war and everything, of course, but we hope Saudi money's coming in. That is going to be interesting, actually, what they do with Night of Champions. Because if this whole... What's the BBC saying? Because if this whole thing is flaring back up again, we are getting very, very close to that show, you know? US strikes Iranian fast boats as Iran attacks UAE oil facility. So, I mean, to me, this is kind of starting to flare back up again now. We've got boats being attacked and we've got Iran attacking the UAE oil facility. So... I mean, it doesn't feel like this is settling down and that we've, you know, found peace. It feels like, you know, actual military action is being taken now against boats and oil facilities. So, yeah, I don't know about you, but I could certainly understand wrestlers going, I ain't going to Saudi Arabia, right now. I ain't interested in that, thank you. So, yeah, I we'll have to see what kind of comes of all of that. But I don't think you'd run the risk with Roman. I think you do with people lower down the cards. Someone like Johnny and Candice, who are great performers. I really have got a soft spot for them. I think Johnny is my number one person to ever come out of NXT. And maybe Oba now or Trick, but Johnny, I think, was the guy, really. He is sort of Mr. NXT to me. You know, he was in one of the best tag teams with Tommaso. I loved him when he was in The Way. I thought it was such a fun group. He's had some of the absolute best matches in NXT history. Actual 5-star matches from Dave Meltzer at a time where WWE just could not get 5-star matches. Johnny was providing them against Tommaso, against Adam Cole, against Andrade. He had a fair few, actually. And he was there for so long as well. And his relationship with Candice provides just an extra little thing as well. Those two being a wrestling couple. So I really like them. I like Candice. I like Johnny. I really wish them all the very, very best. Brian Alvarez did say he'd heard of the names that had not come to light yet. And he did say that it was like, if I was on SmackDown and I wasn't being used, I would be worried. It was something along those lines. So if you're on SmackDown and you're not getting used, then yeah, I don't think it's unwise, or I don't think it's crazy to be a bit worried. We don't know, obviously, what they know. They might have already had conversations, but we've seen the likes of Tommaso go and Motor City go. And yeah, you know, Johnny is in that boat, isn't he? Johnny and Candice are in that boat at the moment, where they're on SmackDown, they're not really being used. So we'll have to see. I really am keeping fingers crossed, though. I really hope that he stays and she stays, but we don't know who, you know, what names have been mentioned. I don't really want to be speculating about people, but I'm only telling you what Brian said, you know. SmackDown, if you're not being used on SmackDown, it's a concern. Days, I'm certain New Day left because they weren't being used. Do we think a small part of it might be a return of Paige? Maybe Xavier just wants to move on. No, I don't think so, Dad Stuff. The reporting is that they got offered new deals, so they're under contracts. TKO have come to them and said, we want you to sign these new deals, and they're going to be at a reduced money, right? We've heard a report today that it was someone's signed a new deal that was going to give them 50% less money, cut their money, what they're earning, in half. So I don't know that New Day weren't offered something like that. You know, and you could imagine, for the amount of time that they have served and the amount that they've kind of given to the company, feeling very disrespected at being like treated that way, being offered like, right, we're going to keep you, but we're only going to pay you half the amount of money that you're currently earning, you know? So you can sort of understand that, you know, at that point they had a decision to make. They can't have been happy with their booking anyway, because of the way they've been booked, you know? So they can't have been happy with their booking. I have no idea that was going to be improving anytime soon. And they've been badly booked for years, actually. So I think that for me, it's absolutely all to do with probably a frustration that was there anyway. But then, you know, the one thing that they were getting was paid. And then if you're going to give them a reduction in that, well, a decision has to be made, doesn't it? I mean, they could go to AEW, get paid very well, and be booked so much better. I mean, if they go to AEW now, I mean, they can do matches with the Bucks. They can face FTR, maybe Edge and Christian. I don't know what's happening there. But there's plenty of options for them. I'm sure there's other great AEW teams that I don't know of. But, yeah, I mean, they could have a really good couple of years and be paid very well in AEW. and maybe feel a little bit more appreciated than the way they're feeling under TKO. So I don't think it's anything to do with Paige. I really don't. I don't think it's anything to do with Paige. I don't think it's anything to do with anything along those lines. I just think it comes down to that. I think it comes down to these new deals and the fact that they're just like, the grass might be greener, actually. Alex said, what better way to celebrate my birthday? Post-dinner shenanigans with you lovely lots. Love you days. This community is incredible. Alex, shout out to you, my friends. Happy birthday. Hope you had a good evening. We're hopefully going to have a good evening as we are just 6 minutes away now from the start of this week's Raw. As we said, don't know who Ober's challenge is going to be. I've kind of stayed away from that. Apparently there is word out there as to who it is. I have not seen that word. But yeah, I'm looking forward to finding out about that. Apparently the show is going to open up with Seth. So we know we've got Seth and Braun this weekend. It is a go home for Backlash. So we'll have to see what they can do for us tonight. But yeah, I'm probably not expecting like a crazy show tonight, to be honest with you. Just hopefully something that can just get us a bit more excited for Backlash. But I do think the Backlash card looks pretty good. So I'm not going into that like worried or anything. I think Backlash looks pretty decent. I'm pretty excited for the show, honestly. I think the card looks good. So, but yeah, I'll take anything that gets me a little bit more hyped. So that's what we're looking for tonight. So, Alex, thank you, my friend. As I said, I hope you had a good evening. Robbie, hello. Shout out to you. And Alex says, this rescue mom, 2 years old. Oh, what? You got a new dog? Is it a dog or a cat? 2-year-old. His name is Pedro. Oh. Iron Sentinel said, I feel a lot of the releases were due to restructuring of deals. I hate the word restructuring because it's just a fancy word for cutting, said Iron Sentinel. I agree with you. I agree. I think it is, from just everything we're reading, everything we're seeing, it definitely feels like there were budget cuts, which resulted in people just getting released. I think there would have been just releases, flat out releases, like, we're not even going to offer you a new deal. There's just not a way forward, right? So I think there was definitely some of that. But then I do think you're right. There were some that it feels like Kairi was one. New Day definitely were offered new deals and turned them down. I mean, Kofi, as we saw, coming out with, a whole know your worth type part in his farewell. So I think restructuring is a very good word, yes. The Rock got paid like $900,000 from TKO, said Robbie. Nick Khan got 20 odd million. Mark Shapiro, 40 odd million. Ari Emanuel, 64 million. This is not a company. I mean, like, add all that together, there's 120 odd million just in those 3 people alone. I mean, this is not a company that's like struggling financially. It's not like no one's out there going, oh my god, do you think WWE are going to close soon? No one's having these conversations. We know, though, we've been here before. It's going to happen next year as well. It happened previous years. It's happened this year. It'll happen next year. And so the world keeps turning, but still sucks. Still massively sucks. Doesn't excuse it. Okay, we are getting ready to go live. We've got a little countdown clock saying we got 2 minutes to go. And as we said, I think we should be starting with Seth Rollins. Okay, lovely. Lovely. Connor said, do we think that Braun might possibly interrupt Seth tonight? I would think so, bud. Yes, I would think so. Adam said, how do we get Roman Seth at SummerSlam, or should that headline Mania? I've not heard any rumors of Roman Seth. If you was going to do it, maybe you have Seth win King of the Ring, but he would probably have to have moved on from. He would probably have to have moved on from. Let's discard that. Braun and the Vision, and that feels like it's probably going to be more than just Backlash. I think he's going to be. I could see there being something to do with Braun and Seth at SummerSlam, to be honest. I'd imagine that might be where this whole thing ends, because obviously we couldn't do the match at WrestleMania. We're doing it at Backlash. I would imagine Vision get involved. I'd imagine this is going to be a story. I just don't know if it's a story that can play out over 3 months, but I can't see why not. 3 months sounds like a long time, but it's only like 12 weeks to do everything, you know? So, I don't think we're doing Roman Seth. There's no reports of it. Word Life, LA Joey, shout out to you. Said, Daze, please help me with a happy 13th birthday to my nephew Judson. He loves WWE and Star Wars. May the 4th be with you, Juds. Yeah, Judson, happy birthday, buds. Happy birthday. May the 4th. That's a great day to have your birthday. Imagine if you was born on May the 4th, but you just didn't really care for Star Wars. Imagine that. That would suck, wouldn't it? So, Judson, shout out to you, my friend. Hopefully there's going to be a good show to kind of celebrate with. That would be a great birthday gift to all of us. Big Time said, Daze, if you as Tony Khan, you're in a great position to not worry too much about overpaying. More talent will be content with a career that goes nowhere if it means having a steady income. I don't know. I mean, I don't think he has to worry so much about overpaying. It's more WWE, really, that have to worry about that. But I don't think they're worried about AEW the same way they were 5 years ago. I mean, AEW has sort of settled down. They've had a lot of big names come in, like Mercedes and Ospreay, and, you know, they've had some decent names. Edge came in as well. And yet, you know, look at their ratings. I mean, they're barely above NXT. So, do you know what I mean? If they get a Santos Escobar, is it going to make a difference? If they get Aleister Black, is it going to make a difference? I think WWE is in a much more comfortable position now that they can sort of see that things have settled down. So I don't think WWE feel the need to go crazy with contracts. And as a result, I don't think AEW do either. Okay, Oba, open challenge. There's Oba backstage. There's Chance. El Grande. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so they arrived at the weekend. The Creeds helping Chance. Now here they are with masks on. Penta, Javon, Ethan Page, and Rusev. Big tag match coming up tonight. Contract signing coming up for Backlash tonight as well. Okay. Okay, we got a vehicle arriving. Is this going to be Seth? No, it's Roman. It's Roman. Roman's arrived. Is Roman opening the show? Where's he at? All right, are we starting with Roman? Where's he at, Roman? Jacob isn't here. Yet. Jacob's not here. There's Seth. You're in my way. Seth then making his way out. So, okay, they sort of swerved us a little bit there because it looked like it was going to be Roman that was going to come out. But instead it was Seth. So we are starting with Seth. This is what was reported. Okay. Seth Roman at Mania needs to happen, said Brony. From behind, here's Braun. Braun Breaker attacks. Seth didn't even make it to the ring. Right now, we got shots coming in there by Braun. Down goes Seth. Braun is throwing in shots on Seth. Seth coming over. Braun grabbing him. Braun picking him up. Ah, into the barricade. Braun Breaker murking Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins down. Braun Breaker just absolutely jumping him. We've got security coming down. So they're trying to separate these two. He grabs the security guard. Security guard goes into the barricades. Grabs Seth. Seth going into the ring steps. He's grabbing Seth again. He's got a guillotine in. Corey Graves said, I don't know that Rollins is going to make it to Backlash. I'm so tired of this, says Adam Pearce. Back him up. Oh, he's come running down to the ring again. Oh, big spear. Big spear by Braun. Down goes Seth. And the crowd just are loving it, seemingly. New shirt for Braun Breaker. The fans are chanting one more time. Seems like the fans want a bit more of Braun Breaker murking Seth. Braun Breaker on the outside being asked to leave again. Seth Rollins down in the ring. Might not be a great sign this for Braun. Normally if you look good on the go home, it doesn't mean that you're going to look good on the actual event. But I don't know, man. I think Braun Breaker wins this weekend. But as you said, I think this is a feud. This certainly doesn't feel like it's one and done to me. Well, we're not even going to hear from Seth. Tell you what, 7 minutes. We've done a fair few. We've had like Roman arrive. We've had a little stare down between Roman and Seth. Then we've had him come to the ring. Get murked by Braun Breaker. You can't trust Liv. You can't trust anyone in the Judgment Day. We're just looking back at last week. Security should be as big as the wrestlers, says Pi. Braun and Seth definitely might be the blow-off at SummerSlam, said Kader. Okay, we're backstage in the Judgment Day clubhouse. What was Finn doing in the clubhouse last week? JD's going to take care of Finn tonight. I'm worried about you. That's fun, isn't it? Why do I have to watch Netflix to find out what's happening in the Judgment Day? She did, actually. She did make it clear. You know I'm loyal. Okay, so Liv's saying that she watched Netflix to see the stuff that... happened when she wasn't around. She hardly kept a secret. It was on the flipping show. I promise I'll never keep any more secrets from the Judgment Day. Raquel, Pats, Roxanne. Well, that's maybe going to put her in a bit of a sticky situation, isn't it? Because she's definitely going to be put in a situation where she might need to keep a secret, or she finds something out, doesn't say it, and then it turns out she sort of kept it as a secret, but she didn't think she was really keeping a secret. It's clearly leading to something. Finn Bálor then making his way out. I think it's kind of interesting, though. Wrestlers now starting to watch the show back to see things they missed. It really is a new day. Daze Joe Hendry could be the mystery partner for Danhausen. Yeah, he could. Miguel said, why did Bad Day resign from WWE? Well, the belief is they got offered a new contract that was much lower in pay, and they decided it was time to part ways. Put in heels on Liv so that she can't smash into Roxanne's head again, said Steve. Connor said, Daze, is there something wrong with air conditioning at Raw? Because Roman was all of a sudden sweating from that attack from Jacob last week. I wouldn't think so. I mean, I can't say because I didn't really pay attention to that a week ago. Midget Menace said, watching the broadcast via someone streaming on Discord, but they have it muted, so I can listen to you. You're more energetic and entertaining. Midget Menace, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support, buds. Welcome. We are just at commercial break right now. Finn Bálor has made his way down into the ring. And he's going to be taking on JD. Now, these two did face before. I don't really understand why we're doing it again, but it could be a banger match, to be honest. I mean, it is. They normally tend to give the first match a bit of time, don't they? So I'd imagine this one should get a chance to shine. Looks like ref Jess is the ref for this one. Boom. Okay, Oscar, hello, buds. Hope you're well. I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah. Pretty fun weekend. We did AAA on Saturday. Very good. I enjoyed it. I was just working on a few other bits yesterday. Obviously, we got out the Backlash predictions video. We're going to be doing Backlash this weekend, no surprises. So yeah, I got the prediction video done yesterday. Managed to get Unseen out. Managed to do a members stream. Here we are right now. And actually, there's been a few bits that have come out since Unseen, so I've already got a fair bit ready for tomorrow's Unseen. So lots going on at the moment. It's very chaotic. Okay, JD coming down in the background. We had Liv giving an Eskimo kiss. I don't know if they're still called that. When I was growing up, there was known as Eskimo kisses, where you rub noses with someone. Okay, JD getting in the ring. This theme song sounds like a basic backtrack for a fighting arcade game, said Alex. Finn Balor said one thing he doesn't miss about Judgment Day is having to come out to this music. So they are not fans of it. Dom wants to shake Michael's hands. Oh, we cut away. We cut away before we could see if he did shake it or not. I think he pulled it away because I just heard Dominic say you should have shook my hand the first time I offered it. Michael Cole said, where's your mask? You look better with your mask on, to Dominic. Okay, we're just seeing a little advert for SummerSlam combo tickets. They are on sale now, I think. Probably super expensive. Okay, JD in the ring. Bálor in the ring. Okay, words live. LA Joey fan. Thank you, my friends. I sub to your channel. And Doc Holiday said, this super chat is brought to you by Fire Sprinkler Co. Water sprinklers, save your grass. Fire sprinklers, save your ass. Just a word there from our sponsor, Fire Sprinkler Co. Yes. Right, Finn Balor in control. Oh, I'd love that. I'd love to be sponsored by just completely random rubbish. That would be so good. Okay, JD, keeping Finn down. Oh, lovely. Look at that. Lovely arm drag. Over goes JD and Finn Balor in control, keeping JD grounded. We got Dominic at ringside. No Liv, no Raquel, no Roxanne. Just Dominic at ringside for this one. JD trying to get back up to his feet, driving Finn back over against the ropes. Ref Jess coming in, looking to separate them. Dominic trying to come in and grab the leg of Finn. JD driving Finn over to the corner. Dominic flashing the guns. Finn goes down in the corner, slumped. Dominic showing off that AAA championship. Loud boos for JD. Finn Balor over in the corner. JD coming over. Chop coming in. JD hurling Balor over the other side. He jumps over. Chop there by Balor. And again. JD going over the other side. Balor with a chop. Balor having a few words there with Dom. Balor gets thrown in the corner. Big chop there by Balor as JD goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Daze, what was your favourite between the VHS or DVD era, Netflix or network? I love DVDs. It was the first era that we got a look behind the scenes with wrestlers' life stories. I love... It's hard, to be honest. I mean, each one's got its own thing, hasn't it? There was a lot of documentaries, as you have said, in the DVD era. Not so much in the VHS era, but there were. If you have a look, actually, at, like, the Coliseum releases, there was, like, you know, Bruno Sammartino's best matches, Hogan's best ofs. You didn't get loads of behind the scenes, but there was stuff like, I remember Mean Gene building the house with the Bushwhackers, and I remember Mr. Fuji going to a restaurant with Yokozuna. So, I mean, there was stuff like that. I mean, there was a whole thing where they went round Randy's house and spent, like, you know, did all the links round Randy's house, and Miss Elizabeth was there as well. But, I mean, I don't know that there was anything documentary style to the extent of Shawn Michaels' Triumph and Heartbreak, you know? But those videos at that time were the only way to watch wrestling unless it was live on TV. So, I mean, you could make the argument that the VHS era was so vital. Without that, you would only be able to watch the live shows. So VHS era is probably the most important era. DVD had more variety. There was a lot more. And then you've got like the network, which was just great value. I don't know. I think each one provides something different. I think nostalgia-wise, I go back to VHS, but I think each one's got something different. Okay, Roxanne making her way down as we're about to go to commercial break. So we got Finn Balor down. JD in control. Roxanne makes her way down to the ring. Now, this isn't a secret, is it? Because everyone can see she's made her way down. Dominic can see that she's made her way down. So Roxanne makes her way down to the ring. She is standing at ringside. Are we going to get anything juicy? Are we going to get anything? Okay. Well, we're at commercial break, so I'm going to do a poll on that. I thought that was a good question, Andy. See what people say. Fave era. A lot of people weren't around for VHS. Might be a lot of people that weren't around for DVDs, actually. Do you know what? Now's a good era because there's just so much stuff. And certainly with it all going up onto YouTube. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of those home videos that are going up onto the vaults. I mean, the vault stuff's great, isn't it? Now might be the best of all of it. It just doesn't have that same nostalgia, though, does it? But we might, if the vault goes away and all of that, like, we might look back on this period with crazy nostalgia, just like we do with the network and how people are like, man, we didn't know how good we had it when we had it. Okay, over in the corner goes Finn, hard into the corner. V85 said, I've gone Netflix. I assume you meant network. Oh, I don't know. What did I do? Netflix. Oh, yeah, I did. I botched it. Guys, I botched it. I'm going to do it properly. What was your fave? Let me do it properly. VHS, DVD, network, or... It's not really Netflix now, is it? I mean, because you've got YouTube and the Vault and everything, so I'm just going to put now. VHS, DVD, network, or now. Was it better when everything was just on the network? I mean, that was good, have everything in one place, wasn't it? This is why I said earlier, like, I think each era's got something special about it. I mean, you couldn't have not had VHS in the VHS era, otherwise you only would have had the live shows. There was no catch-up back in the 80s and 90s, you know? So VHS going into DVD, it was really important at that time. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Elbows coming in by Finn. Knee coming back there by JD. Now we've got Liv and Roxanne, Raquel coming down. Liv's like, what are you doing out here? There's issues here, isn't there? There's issues. Liv having a word with Roxanne. Has Liv come out here to keep an eye on Roxanne? Shot coming in there by Finn. There's lots of shenanigans here. We got a lot of moving parts on the outsides. Balor's in the ring, but he's got Roxanne, he's got Liv, he's got Raquel. I think they were on slightly different pages than these two. Finn Balor in control. JD going over against the ropes. Bang! Sling blades. Finn Balor going over to the corner. We've had 20-odd minutes of the show so far. Dominic jumps up. Clothesline. 1, 2. Kick out there by Finn. Duck underneath. Chop coming in by Finn. Way too many people around ringside. Spanish fly, but he only just got it. Again, it's another slight miscommunication. That landing was nasty. Yeah, look at this. No, mate. No, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why we're allowing so many people around the ringside area. And I don't know why there's been a couple of moves that have not gone to plan in this match. Really would have expected, like, great chemistry between these two. Top rope enziguri there by Balor. JD goes down. Balor is going to the corner, climbing up. JD in position. Now we got more distractions. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's one thing to have one person getting involved, but... yeah, Jessica's throwing Dominic out. Of course he did something. Throw them all out. Have you got a manager's license? Have you got a manager's license? Have you got a manager's license? Oh, boo! Finn Balor down. JD going up, looking for a moonsault. Finn gets his knees up. 1, 2. Ooh. 2. Sling blade by Balor. JD down. Finn Balor down. I mean, they've put a lot of work in, and I think that work, and the crowd are pretty hot as well. I think the work's going to have been appreciated, but yeah, there's a couple of moments in here that are, oh my God. The outside interference is just way too much in this. Roxanne has got the hammer now. Oh, Roxanne does nail Finn. The camera cut there wasn't brilliant. Headbutt by JD. Finn goes down. 2, 3. And that whole match has a finish. That's really frustrating. Roxanne nails Finn with the hammer. And Liv has got a big smile on her face. Let's get rid of that poll. We'll get another poll up. So it was network that people enjoyed the most. Actually, now coming bottom with only 14%. Wow. Finn Balor is down as Judgment Day stand behind him, celebrate him. I thought that was frustrating, honestly. I mean, you just want those two to bang. I think it's okay to have one moment where someone does some, to cheat, but way too much outside interference. Way too many people around the ringside area. Okay, they're just showing us the Hogan documentary right now. Adam said Judgment Day has got to be the most aura-less group that WWE has. How does it take all of that to beat Finn Balor? Daze, now that we're doing No June with Roman, do we think he remains champ till SummerSlam, or do we think he loses it then? Oh, here's Seth. I think he keeps the belt. I don't think he's dropping it to Jacob. Backlash is in 5 days. I'll be fine. I ain't dead yet. You're not even close to being dead. I ain't dead yet. You're not close to being dead, are you? Okay, coming up next. I found Danhausen's cousin at WrestleMania. Found Danhausen's cousin at WrestleMania. He's since returned back to the cosmic wasteland and he hasn't been heard from. There we go. Danhausen with Danhausen's cousin backstage at WrestleMania. That was obviously featured as part of Cody's entrance. Okay, we've got El Grande and Los Americanos. Rayo, Bravo. They're being interviewed by Byron. Yeah, mask versus mask. They're promoting. Julio and Bruto is what we're calling them now. The Creeds. Julio and Bruto. It's kind of crazy, actually, because we've got a story that we saw on Saturday that's now being continued on Monday, really. We saw the Creeds come to Chad's aid on Saturday, and now here we are. 6-man tag goes down tonight. Yeah, I mean, I don't speak Spanish, so I don't actually know what they're saying. Woo! Okay, days when Coliseum Video would do a pay-per-view like WrestleMania 4, they would have a lot of different interviews that didn't air on the original broadcasts. Like backstage interviews, things that didn't kind of make the actual show. I honestly can't answer how many. I don't know. I do believe there to be some never seen before kind of footage, but I couldn't talk amounts. I'm not sure. I never caught those shows live. WrestleMania 4 would have been 88. So, I mean, it was before my time. But, yeah, they'd have those, like, extra little bits in. As we said, they did some brilliant links in between matches, and they had exclusive matches. I mean, there was lots of Coliseum home video exclusive matches as well, so they did have exclusive content. Yeah, I grew up with the VHS tapes. Those were the ones I was excited to find at like car boot sales. But DVDs obviously had more space and had extra features. I mean, you'd have like the documentary on one disc, and then the second disc would be just all matches and, you know, kind of promos and stuff like that. So, I mean, they were really good sets. And then you would have, like, you know, the shows and everything with behind the scenes extra bonus stuff. When DVDs first came out, they loved those special features and everything. I think that sort of settled down in recent years as DVDs are now no longer as popular. They don't tend to worry so much about that stuff. But at the start, I mean, they loved all of that special feature stuff because they had all this room to play with on the discs. But yeah, I mean, look, that was great. Network was great. Obviously, that was everything in one place for $9.99. I mean, you can't argue with that. I think Now's not bad. I mean, I quite like Now because I think the Vault is really good. I feel like there is definitely stuff on the Vault we didn't have on the network. And I think it's only going to keep getting better and better. And you don't need any subscription to watch WWE Vault. The problem with now is, like, in America, it's also spaced out, isn't it? But in the UK, it's amazing because it's all on Netflix. So, I've got to say, I still feel like I'm eating pretty good, really. I can watch AAA on YouTube, NXT, Raw, SmackDown, PLEs, all on Netflix. And I've got the Vault. So for me right now, it's pretty good. But in America, I can understand it sucks. David said Finn's going to recruit Greg Valentine to help him end the Judgment Day. Well, imagine that. Imagine that. David said Seth is going to wear a metal plate and win. Like Brett versus Goldberg. And Doc Holiday said, on a serious note, I was inquiring about joining Bálor Club. TKO is charging $59.99 a month to join what I thought was free. Bálor Club. Doc Holiday, thank you. Backlash. So we just got an advert for Backlash right now. But we've got the contract signing coming up. Jacob not yet arrived, apparently. 35 minutes into the show. So they're talking about the Tongan death grip. Blimey, now we don't normally spend this long talking about a move. We'll get back into Tongan death grip lore once we get past the Morgan and Morgan highlight of the night. So they're showing last Monday with Joe Hendry. Retro, shout out to you, buds. AB said, I was always watching Radio 1 on a Friday, a Saturday, a Sunday. Judge Jules, Pete Tong. That was late 90s. Oh, that was a great time. The dance mix and all that stuff. I was more John Peel, really. Kind of that kind of emerging guitar, indie, that type stuff. But yeah, I occasionally put on the Pete Tong mix. Dance Essentials. David said Bill Watts would be releasing guys that arrive late. Oh, he would. He would. He didn't take any nonsense. Okay. Is Steph Rollins still breathing? Yes. Logan wants to rip Joe Hendry apart. Oh, I'm not a fan of this. Why are we building up Logan Paul? Heyman just said, we're not going to let you get your hands on Joe Hendry, because if you do, you'd murder him. So we'll have Theory do it instead. I mean, what kind of message does that send? Oh, Logan's so dangerous. We can't afford for him to face Joe. But I'll just have Theory do it. It's fine. He's nowhere near as dangerous. He might not even beat him, to be honest. That's how much Theory sucks. Penta making his way down to the ring. Ugh, not a fan of that. Okay, Penta making his way down. How are you this fine evening, said Reese? I'm doing good, thank you. Hope you're well. Obviously, we've got a Raw on deck that I don't think we've got, like, high hopes for. I think this is a show that's, you know, it's going to be a very go-home feel show. I must admit, it's kind of felt that way in the first 40 minutes as well. Penta and Javon in action. They're taking on Rusev and Ethan. Okay, let's end the poll, shall we? Finn and JD. You lot said that first match was good 89. Goods 89. Okay. Penta in the ring as we go to commercial break. Daze, would we expect a fatal four-way for the IC Championship? Well, definitely we got all these people circling around it, so we absolutely could do that. Equally, we could just have some singles matches, just give each one an opportunity, but fatal four-way definitely on the cards. I could see that at, like, Saturday night's main event. Jamon coming out. He's jumped on the barricades. We got some kids waving as well. Hannah said, I think a lot of people are forgetting a bigger problem that's at play, and that's the health of Hunter. How could he forget about who attacked Jacob? Bailey multi-personality, Elia Tam attention. I think we've got two different points there. Health of Hunter, don't think it's a factor, to be honest. He's just re-signed contracts. I think, you know, he's kind of, that's something that'll be in the forefront of his mind. He clearly feels like he's still able to physically do the job. I mean, it's not like, it is physically straining because you are constantly traveling around wherever Raw is, wherever SmackDown is, constantly having meetings, constantly on the phone. It's constant work. But, I mean, physically, you're not getting in there doing it yourself, are you? So, as long as he physically feels he can do the requirements of the job and he can deal with the stress, then which clearly he does, because he's just actually re-signed a contract extension according to rumors. So anyway, I don't think his health is a big talking point. In regards to how can he drop a lot of stuff, well, there's a lot of plans that have changed, there's a lot of injuries, there's a lot of things that haven't worked, so I think we've pivoted. You know, I mean, for example, if that Bailey split personality thing just wasn't working, is it the worst thing to drop it? If it's just not working, it's just not going to lead to where we hoped it would. It's just not really, you know, it's not, sometimes things look great on paper. They don't work as well when you actually see them. Do you just keep going with it blindly, or do you drop it? So, I don't know. Some of it I'm not worried about us dropping. Something like who attacked Jacob, we can always go back to. I mean, I think that's Randy. So, obviously, Jacob's in a feud with Roman. What if Randy comes down this weekend, attacks Jacob, and reveals it was him that attacked Jacob? And then, you know, bang, it's always there, isn't it, as an option? So, Some of it we might not have dropped. Some of it we might not have necessarily forgot about. We just haven't got to the point where we want to deal with it or do the reveal. Some of it might have been dropped due to releases, might have been dropped due to them just simply not working. So I think it's kind of hard, isn't it, to know what falls into what category, but yeah, I could imagine the Bailey thing just being like, nah, it's not working. There were some people that thought that Tama and Shinsuke were going to form some sort of group and maybe Evil was going to join. Maybe Evil going to NXT derailed that. Certainly the removal of JC and Tonga might have derailed it. You know, that's completely changed the dynamic of that group. If Tama leaves now, it's just Solo and Tala. And when we were teasing this stuff, that might not have been the plan. So again, the releases might have played a part as well. So there's a lot. There's a lot of moving plates. Bella sounded. We are underway then. Everyone's made their way down. We're starting off with Javon and Rusev. I don't think Rusev gimmick really works for him. He just seems lifeless at the moment. No promos or background character. Rusev Day was better, said Radiated Zombie. Javon goes down in the corner. Matt said, I'm confused as to what's happening with Roman. I understand he won't be in a few Raws in June. I heard there's some sort of conflict. There's no conflict. There's no conflict being reported or not that I've seen. There's a lot of speculation, a lot of people talking rubbish, honestly. Again, I would say get your news from a place where you trust it. Anything outside of those trusted places, it's just noise. It's just speculation. It's just people putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with 5. So there's no words on any of that stuff. Right now, Rusev grabbing Javon, dragging him over, tag being made. It is true, though, that he was going to be on the shows in June and now isn't. But what was reported from Dave is that the reason he was took off is because he's no longer going to be at Night of Champions. And as we said earlier, that can be as much to do with the fact it's in Saudi Arabia, and look what's happening over in Saudi Arabia, as it could be to do with like contract disputes. And there's no word on either. There's no word it's because of Saudi Arabia. There's no word it's because of contract disputes. Javon looking for a suplex. Whoa, my God, that was so good. That was amazing. Yes. Did you see Javon then? Ethan goes over and... So it was like I don't know if it was a German or a Samoan drop. I can't quite remember. But he delivers it and then immediately kips up and immediately goes into the Penta walk. It's very good. Penta comes down on Ethan. Oh, so good. Over against the ropes goes Javon. Rusev goes down. Javon goes up, crossbody, down goes Rusev. Maggie said, I wouldn't go to Saudi either in the middle of a war zone. Well, neither would I. I mean, to be honest, there's reports today that Iran have attacked UAE. So Iran are attacking other countries in the local area as of today. So, yeah, I mean, who's going to want to flip and go to Riyadh and Saudi Arabia? I mean, okay, we've gone to commercial break. So here's the BBC homepage, right? So US strikes Iranian fast boats as Iran attacks UAE oil facility. So Iran attacks UAE oil facility. If you just go over to this map, there's Iran. UAE is there. So there's an oil facility in the UAE that Iran has attacked There's Riyadh. There's Riyadh. This is Saudi Arabia. So that's Riyadh. There's Iran. That's what Iran has attacked today, apparently. Who wants to go to Saudi Arabia right now? Like, I mean, there's Iran. There it is. That's Iran. There's Saudi Arabia. There's Riyadh. There's the Strait of Hormuz. And there's Riyadh. It's mental, innit? Mental. So it's not even that it's like in Iran, is it? It's like it's that area that's being attacked. Countries in that area. Saudi Arabia's been attacked. Not today, but during this conflict it has. So June 27th is Night of Champions from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. June 27th. Is there any sign of this thing stopping before June 27th? I don't know. It started in February. So I agree. I completely agree. Who in their right mind would be like, yeah, I'll go to Riyadh right now. That sounds great. I wouldn't be shocked if a load of wrestlers are turning it down. Okay, we are at commercial break, 50 minutes in. Radiated Zombie said, do we think wrestlers can say if they won't go? And if they do, would they get in trouble? I think the bigger names can not go, yeah, definitely. And to be honest with you, I'm not even convinced WWE will go if it's still like this. I mean, I would imagine that they're keeping going with it, but there's going to have to come a point where they pull the plug. Surely there's going to have to be a point where they pull the plug. I mean, the thing was, recently there's been a ceasefire. We didn't know how long that ceasefire was going to go till. But now you've got Donald Trump saying he doesn't think they've paid a big enough price. And now you've got today brand new attacks happening. So it does feel like the situation has worsened. And so every day they're having to keep an eye on the situation. I don't know what they do. I don't even know if they know what they do. Obviously, they're not going to want to cancel it, but could they move it? Because each show they get like 50 million for doing it. They do not want to cancel this show, but could they end up postponing it? Doing it at a different time this year? Maybe. Maybe. I'd imagine these are the conversations going on behind the scenes, to be honest with you. I just can't imagine there being many wrestlers that would want to make, or even, not even that, but the ring crew and all these people, you know, that are going to want to go. Shots coming in there by Ethan. Another big shot coming in. I mean, bloody now, could you imagine? Well, I don't want to, like, you know, make a mountain out of a molehill, but you've got WWE, high-profile American entertainment, putting a show on in Riyadh. I mean, I don't know. Would that be a target? Would that be of interest to Iran to actually target? I would think they would go after oil refineries instead, but I don't know. A lot of it is to do with, like, the optics, isn't it? Oh, he still managed to flip up, though. That's amazing from Javon. So Javon's in with Ethan. He goes through the ropes, round the back. Nothing's stopping this young man. Even when he had a slight, not botch, but just didn't quite stick the landing. Like, he's still a bit out of position. He still landed it. And he was still able to spring back, like, seriously impressive work here by Javon. Javon going up. Springboard, crossbody, down goes Ethan. Javon, 1, 2. Kick out there by Ethan. Javon like an absolute firecracker since he came in. Really impressive stuff. Ethan down. Young OG showing up, showing out. I mean, you've got to be seriously impressive, haven't you, to sort of outshine. Seriously impressive to outshine. Oh, lands on the feet, rolls back. Big boot coming in. Looking for a swinging net breaker. Against the ropes, kick coming in. Come in, lovely work there by Javon. Penta. Oh, lovely work. Penta going for the cover. 1, 2. Rusev makes the save. Yeah, you got to be seriously good to be outshining Penta. Javon goes over against the ropes. Pulls that top rope down. Rusev goes to the outside. It's just fast-paced action right now. Through the ropes goes Javon. Rusev goes onto the commentary table. Javon looking out at the crowds. They want him to go big, and he's going to go big. Here we go. Look, Javon climbing up. The crowd are really excited. Oh, Ethan. Ethan shuts it down. Kick coming in there by Penta. Penta going against the ropes. He's going to go over the top to the outside. Oh, Ethan Page using that apron so well. Fun. Lots of great action. Rusev now grabbing Penta, smashing him onto the commentary table, chucking him back into the ring. And this has definitely swung the momentum in favor of the heels. Bang. Down goes Penta. 1, 2, 3. It's a win. Wow. It's a win for Ethan and Rusev. That's a good win, actually, considering they were having to deal with Penta and a very impressive performance from the young OG. There we go. Rusev and Ethan celebrate. I feel like we were robbed of that big spot, though. Crowd was so excited when Javon was climbing up. Both matches have had good wrestling, says Bradley. Ethan pins. Penta, the Intercontinental Champ. Okay. They're talking about Club WWE. What are the kids doing? Kids in the background were just like... There we go. Club WWE. There's John. Big match, John. We want to reward dedication and loyalty. What? After I've already been watching your product for over 30 years, now you want to reward dedication and loyalty. Screw you! I put 30 years into this. Gold membership, dedicated entrance, members only lounge, fan parties. I want to go to a fan party. Reward points, flash discounts. Woo! 50% off. Yeah! Let's go. Flash discounts. Maxine and Theory are still having conversations. Oh my god, why don't they just bang? Why don't they just make vision babies? Okay. representing Judgment Day. Dirty Dom and JD talking to Byron right now. David said, theory is Virgil in the NWO group. Ooh. Masterback, hello. That match is longer than most of the matches at WrestleMania. That is probably true, actually. That is probably true. Daze, you're too young for all that debauchery, said Maggie. Well, you would think that, Maggie, but you would be wrong. I am the perfect age for all debauchery. Ellis Stubbs said, it's the most corporate thing I've ever seen. Thanks, WWE, for your vision of Carl's Cash. What, Club WWE? Are you not going to sign up, LS Stubb? You're going to get flash discounts, exclusive perks. You get your own dedicated entrance when you go to certain shows. That just means they open up the door that's normally locked. They're going to unlock it, and they'll put a Club WWE banner above it, and you can walk through that door. It's normally locked, though. No one else can use that door. Other people will be like, can I use this door? And they'll be like, are you Club WWE? And they'll be like, no. And they'll be like, you got to walk round. You need to use the door that's there instead. And they'll be like, okay, thank you. But we can go through it. Yeah? We'll be able to use that door. It sounds great. It sounds like what I have been waiting for. Noob Clown said, do you not realise the main event is getting shorter and is mostly just like a confrontation or something instead of a match? Or am I just going insane? No, they're doing a lot of like Jacob Roman stuff at the moment, aren't they? As they're sort of heading towards Backlash. I think part of it might be because of the quick turnaround. But yeah, our main events have been a lot of conversations, and probably will be tonight as well. Contract signing tonight. Okay, that was the Judgment Day. They were very good, very emotional. Matty O said, do we think Becky might interrupt Sol Ruka right now? Maybe set up a feud for the Intercontinental Championship. If not Becky, who do we think could interrupt Sol? It depends what you want to do with Sol. I mean, do you want to get her to the Intercontinental Championship quickly? I mean, you absolutely could. I would not be down on it. I'd definitely be here for that. Or do you have someone step up like an Ivy Nile, some sort of heel that Sol can just basically show off against, you know? Show what she can do. I mean, who else have we got? It probably needs to be a heel, wouldn't it? I don't know. Is Ivy a heel? I feel like she is. Ivy. Natalia. Natalia tends to be someone that kind of goes up against the new girls. So Natty's probably got a chance. Ivy, Natty. But you could have Becky and just go straight to a IC title match. It is going to be Sol Ruka next. Word Live Cena fan said Club WWE is for rich people. Well, I don't know. I don't know how much it is. I'm guessing there's a membership fee. I don't know how much it's going to be, though. Okay, Sol Ruka segment coming up. I don't know how long this segment's going to be, but we'll score it. Love Sol, said Blake. Sol Ruka. I remember days when you came to WWE and started with the IC title and worked your way up, said Slushy. Put that grind in, but here's Sol Ruka. Sol Ruka. Okay. How good is Sol Ruka? Corey said, well, how much time do we have? She was part of Next in Line, Sol Ruka. This woman will be a major player for years to come, says Corey. Not sure about this music. They've added a whoa, whoa. I've not heard that before. Whoa, whoa. Okay, she's got the contract in her hand. She looks around at the crowds. Who is going to interfere? It is Becky. It is big time. So, okay, if they're gonna go to a IC title match, do you have Sol win it this early? Spotlight stealing Becky. Let's have a look. I was told this was my time for my to celebrate my greatness. Io Giannetti. You sanctioned a match against Io Giannetti? Okay, so Becky's interrupted Sol. It's not really... Oh, Sol is not happy. Not everything is about you, says Sol. I know everything you've accomplished, but the thing is... I didn't expect to find out that you're everything people say you are. Rudes. Big-headed. People do pop, don't they, for the B words? I don't think Sports Illustrated are calling her that, to be honest. Becky said, are you going to let her talk to me like that? There's a big pop when she used that word. I mean, I'm not going to say it. It's very offensive. We got Ruka Chance. Who are you? Who are you? If you interrupt me again, not only will I kick your ass, I will snatch your soul. Oh dear. She went to go after Sol. She ends up hitting Adam. Ah. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it? That was a little bit of a shame. She went for the Soul Snatcher, just got a little... Do you know what? She's hit that like 100 times plus. Thousands of times. And, just in that one moment, she sort of slipped momentarily. It's not a big factor. But, yeah, look, we're definitely on a collision course between Becky and Sol Ruka. We could be getting a new women's Intercontinental Champion. The kids are fighting in the background. The kid there was shaking the other one around. This one's coming back for more. Yeah, we're posing. We're flashing. It's a gun show. It's all happening in WWE right now. Oh, yeah, that one's back up as well. She botched, said Daddy Supernova. She botched. It's absolutely unforgivable. It's unforgivable. Soul Botcher. Oh my God, people are calling her Soul Botcher. Oh, Jesus. Soul Botcher. That's a shame. That's a shame. She had one job, said Flame Fists. Guys, it's all right. It'll be all right. She's going to get released. Guys, it's going to be all right. It was just a little slip. That's all. Come on. Here's the Usos. Daze, let's hope that TKO doesn't have thoughts of releasing Soul. Said, but is it really that bad? It's a big night, Jackie O. Aren't you guys conflicted considering your relationship with Roman and Jacob? OTC knows how to handle himself. We already told you. You're swimming in deep waters. A backlash. A backlash. Good luck, little cousin. Okay. Becky must have oiled the rope, said Steve. Yeah, now that does sound like a Becky move, actually. So we said, would you put the belt on Sol Ruka? Nearly 200 of you voted. 76% said yes. Yes. Okay, Joe Hendry is making his way down to the ring. Club WWE would be bad for people outside of the US because they do more shows in the US than anywhere. So feel like you're not getting your money's worth, said Mad Jason. Don't know. I mean, you're going to get access to exclusive content. You're going to get access. Hopefully the shop will work. I think this must have been something that they considered. I mean, WWE is a global brand, so they must have thought about, like, how do we make it work for people all around the globe, not just America. I mean, to be honest, when it comes to like getting cheaper tickets, stuff like that, how many people in America go to how many shows a year? You know, most people might go to 1, 2 shows a year. If they come to their local place, maybe they'll do a PLE as well or something. But so I think it's really going to be more for the exclusive discounts, exclusive content, online Club WWE store. We'll have to see once it's all launched. Okay, Joe Hendry is in the ring, so we are halfway through the show now, you know. It's another, he's got a guitar again. We're doing another sing-song. Okay, Hendry in the ring. Oh, we haven't had the Ober Open challenge yet. I don't think it's this, but... So he said, before I do my match, I thought you might want a concert. He's taking on Theory, isn't he? I forgot. Sing along, clap your hands. People are clapping their hands. It's been a usual mediocre go home, said Jojo. There are better talents to elevate. Soul, EO, Bailey, Asuka, says Empower. Well, it's not much of an apology. Was this during commercial? Was that during commercial break? Did I just watch that during commercial break? They already said they wanted to change Soul's theme and presentation, but I don't know why they waited till the main roster, said Steve. Glad I was on commercial and missing this. I didn't even realise we were at commercial, honestly. I thought we were all watching it. Who's Okay, Logan's coming out and he's very upset. TKO can't fire me because that's bad business, said Logan. Microphone stand still in the ring. Clothesline to the outside. Why did we ring the bell? There was no referee. There was no referee and the microphone stand was still in the ring. Why did we ring the bell? This is such a downgrade for Theory, said let him in. Okay, well, look, we're underway with the match anyway. We're underway with the match. Corey Graves said he is having a blast right now. I think Theory and Maxine backstage were talking about who is the more boring, said Brony. Can we fire TKO, said Jay. Yeah, I tell you what, if Joe Hendry had some real balls, that would be the song he'd be singing. Chop coming in there by Joe Hendry. Hendry goes hard into the corner and goes down. Upon seeing prices, I think we're all going to have tears. Oh, prices for what? Prices for Club WWE? Is that stuff up now yet? We got Logan, sucks chance. The arena's very loud. Logan sucks. Suplex there by Theory. Okay, do you want to get in your scores for the Sol Ruka segment? Because we need to do that, and then we need to move on to scoring this match. Crowd are very loud. Logan getting this kind of reaction is obviously really good for Logan. The one thing we've learned from WWE is that any reaction they value. So if these people really hated Logan, they would just stay quiet. Shots coming in there by Joe. Over the other side goes Theory. Big clothesline there by Joe as Theory goes over to the corner. Against the ropes. Theory crossbody gets caught by Joe Hendry. Hendry looking for a fall away. Gets it. Kip up. And there's a kid having a right go there at Logan. Logan gets in, and that's going to be a DQ. There we go. There we go. No need to score Joe Hendry against Theory. It doesn't really go long. I hate how Americans say Edinburgh, says Blake. TKO need to go, said WWF heel. Visioner beating up on Hendry. Street Profits coming down. Bum. Street Profits come making their way down to the ring. So Street Profits obviously have got their sights set on the Vision. Don't know where this leaves Joe Hendry though. Who's come in? Bron Breaker's in. Oh, I'll tell you what, imagine Bron Breakker, Montez Ford as a match. Imagine that. That'd be good. Dawkins gets Germans. Bron Breakker. Oh, it's a big cheer. There's Seth. Seth grabs Braun, hurls him into the barricades. Big shots coming in at the ringside area. He grabs Bron Breakker. Boom! Into the ring steps. Bron Breakker goes down. Seth is stomping away. We saw Bron Breakker attacking Seth right at the start of the show. Seth, though, getting his revenge right now. Shot there to Logan. He goes down. Shot to Theory. Big clothesline. Seth Rollins, Bron Breakker goes down this weekend at Backlash. And some good energy coming from the crowd right now. Shots on the outside there between the Street Profits are in. Whoa, Montez! Whoa! Spear, though, by Braun. Seth got distracted. It's all happening. Bron Breakker with the spear. Seth goes down. So we had a big spot on the outsides. That's kind of took the energy a little bit out of the room, to be honest. Oh, Bron. Okay. Yeah, it was pretty fun, actually, in the end. Okay. Looks like Bron might have got hurt with the spear. Okay, we got Judgment Day backstage. Okay, Raquel and Roxanne. They're going to be a big focus this year for the Judgment Day. Ah, here's Bayley and Lyra. Okay, looks like it's going to be Bayley and Lyra. Bye, bye. There's Oba. Here we go. Who's going to step up to Oba Femi? We're going to find out. Let's go. Oba chants, loud Oba chants. Right. Get ready for a 60-second squash match, said Jojo. Okay, well, that is what we've got coming up. It is Oba Open Challenge coming up next. Daze, how about stepping up to Oba, said Big Tony K. I wouldn't want to derail his momentum, to be honest. I don't think it would be right for me to beat Oba at this point. I mean, he's a young rising star. I wouldn't want to do that to him. It's better that he just keeps getting wins, keeps getting momentum, you know. Okay, we're just going back to the Gingerbread Man stuff from Friday momentarily. He did try to rip it apart, but it was a very well-made costume, actually. He was trying to rip at the face, so it just wasn't going, was it? Harry said that was horrible. Connor said the funeral's on Friday. The funeral is on Friday. I'm sure there'll be... Why are we watching this again, said Sam. Well, just in case anyone missed it, we've got to make sure everyone saw it. So, recap. Obviously, it would get worse for everyone involved. Sammy would retreat. The Gingerbread Man wouldn't make it. And the funeral goes down on Friday. Jay said, I understand that we want to make Oba look good, and undoubtedly so. There's other ways to do it instead of just same repetitive squash matches. David said, could we get Oba Apollo? Apollo got released. Okay. That's going to be on the first hour, is it? I don't know if they were saying that match is one of the matches in the first hour, or if they were just announcing the first hour is going to be on ESPN2. Is that... that music just sounded a little bit like Grayson's for a second, but it's... Okay, Oba coming up then. I mean, this is legit a part of the show that you can get excited for. However you felt about the show tonight, this is definitely a part of the show that you can get excited for. Here he comes. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Loud Oba chants. What does it say about TKO? If you keep giving out the first hour free, but I had to pay $29.99 for the app, said Ronnie. Yeah, it's an interesting point, that is, because you're not getting loads of extra content, are you? It's a good point. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, Oba in the ring then. We're about to find out who's going to answer the call. Wrestle Votes seem to find out. I don't know who it was. I mean, you've seen all the stuff I've seen. I don't know who is going to answer this, but they seemed quite excited by it. They were saying, like, Ainsley Harriott, this is going to cook. If I'm going to guess, I'm going to go... I don't know. Sheamus? It's got to be someone that's going to give him a contest. Here we go then. Oba in the ring. Is it going to be Chad's? Tozawa? No, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Otis, I reckon it'll... Could it be Otis? I'm not buying Tozawa. I could buy Otis. Okay, Tozawa. He's just going to get murked, isn't he? He's going to get murked here. He's going to jump in. He's going to get murked. Perhaps it'll be Tozawa very quickly and Otis straight after. Okay, Tozawa walks forward, steps up to Oba. Yeah, no, he's changing his mind. He's like, no, I don't want to anymore. Yeah, it's Otis. Otis is going to step in. Yeah, this is better. The big man. The big man. I like it. I like it. It's an interesting challenge. Obviously, Oba overcame Brock, so we know he can overcome Otis, but pushes him back. I like it. I'm here for it. I'll watch this. It might not take too long, but against the ropes, bang. Charges into Oba. The fans are chanting Oba's name. Sign in the background says, go meat. I tell you what, you're definitely getting your wish here. Plenty of meat in the ring. As these two push each other back and forth. The shirt gets ripped off. Otis. Oh, he does drive Oba back. Oh, here we go. Oh! Big man goes down. Otis goes down. This could be the beginning of the end, and he chucks him. Oh, my God. He just picked up and just threw Otis. The ruler is not human, says Corey. What's he going to go for? What's he looking for? Big boot coming in. Otis goes down. He has got a plan. He's like, I've got a plan here. He's got Otis in the corner. Otis on that middle rope. He's going to look to powerbomb him. He's got Otis up. He's going to look to drive him down, and he does. It's going to be a win for Oba. Very good. To be honest, I didn't really find that ending that impressive. I've seen Bailey deliver power bombs to Nia, which sort of, I don't know, I think are a bit more impressive. Opa's big. I kind of like that throw, actually. I think the throw impressed me a bit more, but it was fun. It was fine. We thought that Otis could be an option. I think Sheamus could step up. I mean, we've got another open challenge next week, I believe. But I think that'll be a pretty well-received segment. Get in your thoughts. Step up to the ruler at your own risk. There we go. That was the Oba segment this week. We go backstage. We got Seth. Here's the Street Profits. Nobody trusts you because of what you did with the Vision. Stay out of my way. I'll stay out of your way. Okay. There's Roman. Is talking backstage with Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce not having a great night, of course. They're going over the contracts. I wonder if there'll be any interesting stipulation that gets added. There is Jacob. Jacob has arrived. I like the throw a lot. I think the throw's really good. The ending's fine as well. Okay. It's really got to be either Roman, a massive push for Bronson, or Drew. Oh, that beats Ober. Okay, Ethan Page has made his way out again after picking up the win earlier tonight. I've put my celebration suit on, says Ethan. Punk is obviously going to be a part of Backlash since they're showing him, says Jay. Jose said, Ethan Page segment, no Danhausen tonight. Gotta love Roman's facials, one of the best in the biz, said Wrestle Rants. Okay, Ethan gloating at the fact he pinned Penta. Okay, so Ethan is just gloating. Montez, Seth, one-on-one. Oh, it'd bang. It'd be really good. Okay, so Ethan's just bragging at the moment about everything he's achieved so far. Got about 50-odd minutes left to go. That championship is the launching pads for everyone in this company. Okay. So he's making it very clear that he wants that championship opportunity. Oh, right. Earlier today, Io and Asuka were face to face. So we're getting the Io Asuka segment right now. Are they going to mention Kairi? Hint at Kairi? Asuka-san. My senpai, my mentor. I looked up to you. I loved you. Despite everything you have done, I've got ultimate respect for you. I never wanted it to come to this. The Asuka I looked up to is no longer here. I have to fight you. I hope this bangs. I hope this is such an amazing match. The Io I taught is no longer in front of me. I don't know anyone this disrespectful. Who are you? Do you know how I feel? You're my biggest disappointment. I'm going to cut you out of my life. For goods. Oh, mate. That was so good. I had no idea where that was going. I just expected her to go, no one is ready for it. I was expecting that. I wasn't expecting the mist. It was... that was so well done. That proper had me, like, leaning in and everything, like, it was so good. Well done, everyone. Well done. That was very good. Do you know, I wasn't crazy about the first hour of this show, but the Oba thing was pretty good. I enjoyed that. That little vignette bit I enjoyed. I haven't, like, hated the show, but it has had a very go-home show feel to it. I really like that. I just expected her to say no one's ready for Asuka. I hope it bangs. I know I've said that before. I really want it to bang. I want it to be a match where we're like, oh my God, that is... Do you know what I mean? I feel like Asuka's still got that kind of a match in her. It's just we don't really get to see it very often now, like her in a singles match, a high-profile singles match for Asuka. We just don't really get to see it so much these days. Well, this is it. And she's going in there against one of the best in-ring talents that we've got right now. I really want it to bang. If I could have one wish for Backlash, I don't even care who wins. I'd love for it to be Asuka, but I'm not bothered because I love EO as well, so I just really want that match to deliver. That's a good video idea, actually, isn't it? Like, if you could have one wish for Backlash, what would it be? What's the one thing you really want more than anything else? See, I don't mind if Roman wins or Jacob wins. That doesn't really bother me. I'm not bothered. I don't think there's any winners that I'm desperate for. But I would love for Io Asuka to be a match that we could go back to and watch again and again and again. Because it's just so good. We've got Chad and we've got the Creeds backstage. The original El Grande Americano. He is the OG, in fairness. Backlash is looking good, said Jesse. I agree. What in the hell have they done to American Made, said Jennifer. Well, it's took a turn. It's definitely took a turn. Where's Ivy Nile as well? Is she just out injured or something at the moment? She did that. She hasn't been released, has she? I suppose she's just not needed. Trios action. Credo. Julio and Bruto. Credo is insane. They're playing a video package of Asuka Io because they're scared of the Kairi chants. So Michael Cole said, we've got 6 people trying to pose as luchadors, but none of them are actually luchadors. Is that what we're doing right now? Yes. Okay. They could put Ivy in a mask like Flammer, said Spawny Boy. 6 people are trying to be luchadors. None of them are actual luchadors. I agree, said Harith. I lost it at Julio and Bruto Credo being announced. Well, there's the mask versus mask graphic. That goes down on Saturday, May 30th, Monterrey, Mexico. That bit was actually really good, said Dean. Okay, so they've made their way down to the ring, and here come Los Americanos. What? I don't even know. This team, are they American made? Dio. I don't know. Los Americanos versus American Madio. Okay, they're making their way down. WWE would rather release real luchadors while 6 white guys pretend to be luchadors, said the nerd upstairs. I wish for a very good match here, said Dean. I don't know why I like that so much, but he just went up to a couple of people and did that, right? Then he went up to one woman. She was a bit hesitant. He went, and she went, actually, no, I don't want to either. And both of them just sort of agreed they don't really want to. Just a lovely little moment there where he touched hands with a couple of fans. Then just there was this hesitation with the woman, and they were like, no, we don't. This doesn't feel right now. Nice. Okay, they're heavily promoting SummerSlam, the 2-day combo tickets. We're going to have months of this, aren't we? Months of flipping SummerSlam ticket adverts now. We've just got past the WrestleMania ticket adverts. Now we're going to have months and months of SummerSlam ticket adverts. Whew. Jeez Louise. Okay, Rayo, Bravo in there with El Grande. Bang, here we go. I want to see some fire here, to be honest, because like it's been so good in AAA. Thrown in some shots, but at the moment it's not like that vicious. They were just sort of doing it in the background. Clothesline. Ludwig goes to the outside. Chad grabs his cape, chucks it out. Oh, it's an interesting challenge, this, to be honest, because the dynamic just completely changes. Bruto. Bravo goes down. Bruto. Julio's in. Nice. Big back body drop. Oh, Julio has got a bit of a dance on the go as well. Kick coming in there by Rayo. Rayo against the ropes. Gets caught. Picked up. Belly to belly. Kip up by Julio. Bruto. Bouncing around on the outsides. Bang! Lovely German there by Julio. Coming over. Bruto gets tagged in. Rayo. Oh, lovely hip toss there by OG Americano. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Michael Cole sounds exactly the same like NXT's Creed brothers. Okay, tag being made. In comes El Grande. There is hatred between these two. This mask versus mask match is going to be so good. Okay, over against the ropes. Over the other side goes Chad. Duck underneath. Oh, chip. Here comes El Grande. OG El Grande into the commentary table, and we're going to commercial break. We're going to commercial break. They should unmask in AAA. The crowd would lose it, said Josh in. Harif said, I love this, though. At least they're giving us a laugh. Julio, Coolio, Fulio, said Slushy. I'm going to tune back in when the women's match starts, said Jacob. Grande Americano with a croissant at Starbucks. Is that your dream? Your dream is to bump into El Grande whilst he's eating a croissant at Starbucks. Clash in Italy coming up Sunday, May 31st. Just got a little graphic on screen for that. All six should unmask each other, said Pi. Belly to belly. Good work, Kipper. Belly to belly. Boom. Oh my God, Corey and Michael just losing it there over some Beatles reference. I didn't even catch what they said, but they were losing it. Okay, this match carrying on. We are at commercial break right now. OG on the outside. El Grande grabbing. Is that Julio? I think that's Julio. We've got Fanzo laying. Ole. Ooh. Drop kick there by Ludwig to Julio. Julio definitely feeling that. Daze, imagine if Finn teams up with Evil. And recently I looked at the SummerSlam combo tickets for the nosebleeds. They're around 150 according to Ticketmaster. Is that for 2 days? Because that's not bad, is it? To be honest. I mean, $75 a day, 150 for 2 days. In the nosebleeds. I think like for a big pay-per-view like that, I probably would expect that. Beatles. Yeah, there was some Beatles reference, but I didn't catch it. 1, 2. We're getting close to being done with hour number 2. We've still got our main event contract signing coming up. Oof. Julio with some chops. And we go from commercial break. 12 commercials, 3 minutes each. That's wild, said Name is Josh. Days, we haven't had Danhausen, said Connor. Did we have him last Monday? I don't think he's been showing up on both shows. Chad applauding away. Okay, Jono, so what do we think of Raw so far? I thought the first hour was a bit throwaway, to be honest. The whole Judgment Day nonsense. Javon Penta, Rusev, Ethan was good. It's probably the only thing I'd take from that first hour. Sol Ruka, Becky. I mean, I know there was a little botch on the Soul Snatcher, but I'm definitely here for that match. Wasn't keen on the Joe Hendry stuff, but, you know, to each their own. So I didn't really need that, but I did enjoy Oba and Otis, and I enjoyed the Asuka thing. So I don't think this is an amazing show. It feels a bit like a go home. We've still got the contract sign in. This just feels a bit of an advert, really, this match here for the mass versus mass match. So yeah, I would say not the strongest episode. It's a go home. But there's things on it that are stopping it from being a disaster. I mean, I wouldn't say this is like a disaster. There's definitely stuff here that I've enjoyed. Still not sure what my thumbnail for the breakdown's going to be, though. I mean, I could have Oba, Merkin, Otis. I could have Soul, confronting Becky or Becky confronting Sol. Could be that. It'll probably be something from the contract signing, to be honest. Bowling ball on the outside, clothesline. Doc Holliday said, let me get this right. Even as El Grande, Gable was still not able to capture a singles mid-card or major title in either WWE or Mexico. So why? Big superplex. Moonsault by Bruto. In comes Ludwig. He knocks them down. This could be the beginning of the end here. Step up in Seguri. Arms outstretched. Goes for a clothesline. OG Americano against Americano. Both go down. Big splash there by Bravo. 1, 2. Kick out. This match is okay. It is just an advert for what's coming up, but it's okay. It's not a hard watch, is it? Yeah, I mean, obviously Chad picked up an injury and was out for a while, so I suppose the original... I mean, when they started this Americano thing, El Grande thing, I don't think they were expecting it to go this long or take us here, you know? So I think there has been quite a bit of just kind of going with it, you know? This thing has worked better for Ludwig and Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate than Chad, you could argue. Oh, lovely work there by Chad's. Original El Grande going to the outside, climbing up. Into the barricades. Goes Ludwig. Headbutt. Flying headbutt there by Chad. 2, 3. That does it. Gets it. Wins it. Okay, match scores. Get your match scores in. What do you think about this one? Okay, let's get the scores down. So, Oba, Otis. You lot said was good 92. I mean, it was quite short. I thought it was fine for what it was. I'm not down on that. Okay, they're just talking about what's going to go down this weekend. Obviously, we'll be live hours before it starts. Those kids going off at each other again. The greatest of all time has tweeted out, it's official, I'm going to be at Backlash. John Cena. John Cena's got some history-making news. Tony Khan has bought out TKO. Someone tell Beavis and Butthead back there to sit down, said Spot Beavis and Butthead. Connor said, Daze, is it the Roman Jacob contract signing next? I don't think they've announced what's next. They could do a little sum up first. But, yeah, pretty much. We're pretty much there, aren't we? Probably got another 3 commercial breaks to go first. Those two brothers behind the commentary team have been hyped all show, said Wrestle Rants. Big Tony said, imagine if the news was WWE had been bought by AEW. Would that be the best or the worst thing? I don't know. It would be a thing, but I don't know if it'd be the best or the worst thing. I mean, there's a lot of anti-TKO sentiment around, but then there's a lot of criticism of the way that AEW is booked, so I would say it would be a thing, but I don't know if it'd be the best or the worst thing. It'd be great in regards to crossover matches. Here's Roman. So that would be a good thing. Think of the dream matches we would get. Dun. Okay, here is Roman. He's got the belt around his waist. I'm surprised that we're going as quick as this, actually. I was expecting some backstage stuff. Maybe another vignette. Roman. And Jacob. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Okay. The man, the myth, the legend says, Maggie. Do we think WWE should show more AAA stuff on Raw and SmackDown, says Carl. I don't know. It's tricky. I think AAA is really good, but I also think it's very niche. And, you know, Raw and SmackDown are the big shows that people tune into. They want to see the big stars. You can put, like, you know, a few highlights from AAA onto it, but I don't think, like, you're ever going to go too big, too crazy, because AAA is more based at the NXT level. I'd say they've done a lot for AAA. I mean, you know, Penta's been going over there regular. We've had Dominic going over there. You know, there's been a lot of decent-sized names. Obviously, Rey Mysterio's been going over. Corey's on commentary. So they're certainly not... they're certainly not mistreating AAA. AAA is kind of like the best-kept secret. And to be honest with you, I kind of like it that way. So, yeah, they can show a few highlights, but I think by and large they've got the... I mean, the show is so good. You don't need to change anything. Roman in the ring. This hasn't been the best Raw, said Maggie, but it's gone quite quick. Could it be the alcohol that I've had? Probably. Probably. This ain't going to be a Raw that I'm going to really remember. Is AAA ever going to be 2 hours? I mean, it could do. Obviously, it's all going to come down to the TV deals they negotiate in Mexico. So if they can get another hour, I'm sure they would take it. Again, though, it's great. It's so good. Like, I really recommend people watching it. Even if we're not covering it, just, you know, it's on YouTube or wherever you can find it. It's well worth the watch. It's a really fun show. If you go to 2 hours, you might not get another hour of, like, good stuff. It could be, you know, the overall product could go down in quality. It's one thing to book one great hour. It's another thing to book 2 hours every week. It's double the workload, isn't it? So, yeah, it's great. I think just enjoy what we have, really. So, no word on it going 2 hours. I mean, obviously they can't unless they can get that other hour in Mexico from, is it Fox they're being shown on? Okay, Roman has come down. Triple A said, what happened to CM Punk? He's just disappeared. I think he has took a break. I mean, he was champ, carrying the ball for a bit. We know that AJ Lee's wrapped up her run as well now, so I think it is just a case that he has took a little break. Some people thinking he could be Danhausen's partner this weekend. I think there's a chance of that. Here comes Jacob then. Yeah, here he is. So they were really talking about the Tongan death grip earlier. Are we going to be seeing the Tongan death grip again? Roman sat at the head of the table, looking over at Jacob. This is our main event. Adam Pearce is in the ring with that contract. Michael Cole said Jacob's playing with house money. He's got nothing to lose. Okay. This is nothing more than WWE just trying to put over a new bloodline, said Slushy. Omaha, Nebraska. Acknowledge me. Omaha, Nebraska. Acknowledge me. Loud OTC chants. They're acknowledging. They are acknowledging. That's the sound of respect, says Roman. You've been grinding 12 years, but I've been here for over 12 years. Roman said he brought Solo in. Solo brought Jacob in, so vis-a-vis, he brought Jacob in. Don't know quite that it works that way, to be honest. By that logic, Vince McMahon's dad brought everyone in. It's got to be a system. There's got to be a system of conduct. Oh, here we go. Tongan Death Grip getting a mention. You don't do that to family. You don't do that to your tribal chief. Okay. Maybe they should just have a talk. Why do you feel this way? Perhaps he just needs therapy. I mean, he must be on good pay. Unless TKO got to him. I'm never going back to where I came from. Prison. Let's get this out the way. Roman signs it. I just don't get this story. I just don't get it. Jacob's like, I'm trying to look out for my kids. And Roman's like, I'm trying to look out for all of our kids. Well, if that was true, then Jacob wouldn't have to look out for his kids, would he? Because you'd be helping. We're brawling now. Tongue and death grip. Oh no Superman. Went for a Superman. Didn't get it. Adam Pearce is in there. There's a big drama right now. Roman's being driven through a table. That's what's happening to Roman. The table didn't break. Roman Reigns getting smashed through that table. Here's Jacob. He's looking to sign this contract. Oh, we've got some loud Fatu chants actually coming from the fans. I wasn't expecting that. I thought there'd be pretty loud OTC chants right now, but... Oh, just as he got out the ring there, he just knocked into Stu. Stu just... camera nearly went flying. There we go. There we go. The table didn't break. Honestly, it was a realistic table spot. 12 minutes early. Yeah, that is early, isn't it? Show ended really early. Jojo said their story doesn't make sense. It's the same old bloodline stuff. Yeah, I don't... It's so annoying. Because I feel like Roman Jacob... I mean, the match itself is going to be good. And I feel like there's so much to dig into. But the story they're going with is... My back's against the wall. I'm feeling desperate. I need to improve the life of my family. And then you got Roman going, well, I'm trying to carry our whole family. So you're just like, well, if you're trying to carry the whole family, surely that means Jacob as well and his family. So why is Jacob so desperate? Why is Jacob acting like... He said it the other week, I'm fighting to put food on my table. So, like, is Roman just not helping Jacob financially? Is Jacob going through hard times and Roman's not there for him? And if that's true, does that not reflect badly on Roman for not being there for his family? But then equally, Jacob's not saying anything about how Roman's not helping him. You know, if Jacob went, oh, you say you're there for all of us. Well, you're not there for me. You're not there for my family. I'm the one that has to put food on my table. Jacob hasn't been saying that. So there's a big mystery as to, does Roman help Jacob financially? Does he not? Does Jacob even really need the help? Is Jacob and his family actually fine? It's just that Jacob's losing it a little bit. I don't know. The story is, there's a lot of holes in it. There's a lot of sort of unknowns in it. There's sort of like, you have to kind of just fill it in yourself, really. I do find that very irritating when I think there's been a lot of TV time given to this. And I think there's a lot that you can do with this as well. And this is kind of how we've done it. So, I mean, after WrestleMania, this was a completely clean slate. Do you know what I mean? Like, this was completely clean. Any story that we have told about Jacob Roman has really come since Mania. So to sit here and go, oh, I'm not crazy about the story, is a bit disappointing, really, because this is the current creative team firing their best shots, you know, doing the best work they could possibly do. So, whatever, you know, we'll do it and then maybe move on. For me, the big focus is more what happens after the match on Saturday. You know, that's the big focus. Is Jacob joining Roman's bloodline? Are the Usos going to be stolen away? Are they going to join up with Jacob? Why is Jacob using Tongan death grips? You know, I think it's an interesting question. It's one thing for Jacob to say, I want to improve my family's life. You've got what I want. But why the hostility? Why the Tongan death grips? I think Roman's well in his right to ask that question. And I don't think the answer from Jacob was very good. Of just like, my back's against the wall. I feel like, you know, why does he feel that way? For such a close family. Do you know what I mean? All about family, unity. Roman making his way down with pictures of Yokozuna and the Wild Samoans. It seems like they don't talk. And they don't help each other. That's how... They seem a very estranged family. Considering this is like a large part of their identity. But yeah, again, whatever. How do they give us a feud of this magnitude with just a 3-week build, said WrestleRants. Let's go segment score, and obviously we've got to do the breakdown. I don't like to moan and complain too much because the match itself will be good. It's hard to be down on Jacob Roman. Like, when the match starts, great, let's go, you know? Jacob's a great rising star. Roman's the biggest star in pro wrestling. Everyone's got thoughts and opinions on this because of... the fact that there's a bit of excitement around for it. So, you know, I don't like to really dwell too much on the little niggles, because they're niggles. You know, I think the story could have been told better, but it's not the end of the world. But it is just worth mentioning because, yeah, you know, I don't want to let WWE Creative off the hook, really. They've had this opportunity to kind of start from scratch, and what we're seeing here is the best that they've been able to come up with, which is a little bit of a concern. Raw was a 9, said Uji. Seth fight, attack Bron Breakker, Roman promo, sign in, and attacking of Jacob. Brony said, we've seen the Bloodline story for 4 years. There's not much they can do anymore. They're trying to go back to it. This feud is just not grabbing me. I think the reason for it, honestly, is because of what we've said. I think if the story was a more compelling story, a story that you could actually buy into, you know, a story that had a bit more emotion and feeling to it. I mean, like, maybe if they just made it simple and they had Jacob sort of stepping up to Roman, saying that he didn't want to do it, but he's got to improve his family's life. Something along those lines, you know? Like, you've got something that I need, Roman. I love you, Roman, but I need that belt from you. And Roman's like, I can't believe you're doing this to me. Jacob's like, I've got to improve my family's life. You know, you've provided for our family. You've made sure that we all have the essentials, and I will never forget that. But my family deserve more than just essentials. And I think if it was that sort of a story, we could all understand where everyone was coming from. Roman has been there to help the family. He has provided essentials. Everyone has got a roof over their head. They got foods. And Roman has done that. But Jacob's a proud man. He doesn't want to just live off charity. You know, he's got to stand up himself. And he doesn't want his family to just have essentials. And in order to get his family better, more, then, you know, he needs that belt. He needs to be the world champion. Obviously, we might have to do a little bit of work to explain why he didn't go after Cody. We might have to explain a little bit of work as to why he's doing it now. Perhaps there's, you know, a few financial difficulties. He needs money now. Perhaps something along those lines. I think if we could have made this a story that we could really understand and kind of, oh yeah, he's in a bad situation, man, you know. The great thing about the Bloodline and their journey and their story was that they really took care of the details. Everything they were doing, it was well thought through. There was loads of really interesting backstage segments. It was really good. I don't know if there's been some writers that have gone. I don't know if Paul Heyman's involvement has gotten a little less, considering he's actually not in this story now. I don't know. Maybe Heyman gets involved once a week at the production meeting, but actually doesn't get as involved on the day of the show or something. And perhaps his involvement is not as great as when he was the wise man. I mean, they have done a lot with the Bloodline, but there are always more stories to be told. And there are more stories to be told with Roman, Usos, Jacob, all of that, right? So, I think that we could find ourselves in an all right place once we get past Backlash. You know, it could be that it's a bit clunky right now because we've got to try and get somewhere quite quickly. I mean, there's really not much room between WrestleMania and Backlash. So it might be that we've just got to get our head down and just get there. And it feels a bit awkward right now. It feels a bit rushed. There's questions about why is this so much animosity? Why is he using a Tongan death grip? You know? So there might be a lot of questions right now, but perhaps once we get past Backlash, might snap into focus. It might make a bit more sense. I think there is something to that. I think that's why it's not grabbing me either. Because I do just have all these questions that I'm just more watching it play out than I am actually being lost in the story. I'm just more sort of watching it play. So I think there's something to that. But I don't know. I'm still very excited for this weekend. I'm still very excited for that match. I'm probably even more excited once the match is over to see what happens after. I mean, is Jacob just going to snap and just heal Jacob? Does he take the Usos, as we said? What happens if he loses? How does Roman react to him? Don't know. It's going to be very interesting. Big Time said branching outside of the arena and backstage segments is needed. Not asking for cinematic segments, but the Rock family tree or them visiting a Samoan home or having Haku talk would be good. Yep. Yeah. Again, we're not blessed for time, are we? We haven't got like loads of shows. This was our go home. So if this feud does continue, then we'll have a bit more time to dig into some other stuff. But yeah, this is where we are right now. Okay, get your scores in for that Roman segment. We need to do the breakdown. Obviously, I'll do that now, actually. Get your opinions, feedback required. What did you think of Raw? Yeah, I mean, if you've got a good read of stuff and you're really happy with stuff, let us know in the opinions thing. If you think there's something that's being missed, because I'm guessing you've all heard the conversations that we've been having, again, put it in the opinions thing. Quite like the opinions thing. It gives me a good idea as to where the community are with different things, how excited people are for Backlash. Did you get more excited for Backlash following this show, you know? Or maybe not. I like the Asuka thing. I thought that was good. I don't know if I'm more excited for Backlash now. I'm not sure. But I definitely think there was things from this show that I'll be taking away. Daze, I've got no idea where to start, but the kids fighting one another behind the announce table, I'm giving it -5, said Big Tony K. Daze, Roman, according to himself, is putting money into all the family pockets. I'm sure he would give him money, so I don't know what Jacob is doing, and he is a grown man, said let him in. Days, fun fact, Tamatonga Hikaleo are real-life brothers adopted by Haku, whose actual son is Tongaloa, even though they were originally gorillas of destiny. Maggie said, I'm going to ask Roman to put money in my pocket. He'll probably send it with a loving kiss, said Maggie. Maggie, I'm sure he would. Okay, the Roman segments. Oh, it's Kaz said, did anyone hear Michael Cole say someone who loves money may be Danhausen's tag team partner at Backlash, Shane O'Mac? I did not hear him say that, no, but that's interesting. Okay, we've got a score. It came out as good 91 for that final segment, so didn't massively deliver, to be honest, for a show-ending segment just before Backlash. Okay, right, we are where we are anyway. That was Raw. Big thank you to everyone that's joined us. I hope you got something from it. As I keep saying, I did. I got something from it. Didn't feel like it was a waste of time, but we have to be honest. We went into this show not really expecting a great deal because it was a go home. This is where we just put those finishing touches in place for the big show this weekend. So we know that we've got Backlash on Saturday. Card looks good. Matches should be good. It should be a fun night. I mean, I am looking forward to Backlash. It's not going to be WrestleMania, but it stands a great chance of being better than WrestleMania Night 1. So I think we should, still be optimistic. But, yeah, this was maybe a Raw that if you missed it, you maybe didn't miss loads. But we'll get into it in the breakdown. Again, thank you for everyone that joined us. If you are around tomorrow, come and join us again because, man, NXT got its biggest refresh maybe ever, other than when it went to NXT 2.0. People are calling this NXT 4.0 because you had black and golds, you had NXT 2.0, then you had like when it went to silver and black, and now what went down last week felt like a big refresh. So obviously we got Lizzie Rain, we got Will Cruz, who's been everywhere, all over social media. John Cena, a big fan of him, of course. Evil arrived, so that was exciting. Kelly Armstrong got called up. Tristan Angels, Cam Hendricks. There was quite a few. Tate Wilder. There's quite a few new names in NXT. So it's a good time to get into NXT because we're all kind of learning about these new people, and it's a big refresh after a lot went up to the main roster. So if you're around and you want to join us, come and join us. If not, maybe I'll see you Friday. Maybe I'll see you Saturday. Plenty of wrestling on the way. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown.